We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order for the City Council on February 28th, 2025 at 6 p.m. And at this time, since I skipped her last week, I'm going to ask Councilmember Ashbeck to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I don't want to. Please join me in saluting our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ashbeck?
I'm here.
Councilmember Baskell?
Here.
Councilmember Bessinger?
Here.
Councilmember Pierce?
Here.
And Mayor Moana-Tua?
Here. At this time, we're going to have public comments. And so if you are here to address the council on an item that is not on the agenda, you may approach the podium at this time. Okay, you see we have Council President Carbasi here.
And don't worry, I'm not here to annex Clovis. No.
I thought you were here to offer Fresno to us to annex.
I'm Mike Carbasi. I represent Northwest Fresno on the Fresno City Council. I'm honored to be here tonight to see so many good friends. Thank you, Mayor Moana-Tua, for humoring me here. We have a very special person that is now your city clerk, and her name is Brianna Parra. And she is a person who I've been honored to work with for the last 5 years and know for about 6 years now. One of the first faces I saw at City Hall. And like every good thing Clovis has, you stole her from Fresno. No, only teasing. You know, when we had COVID and the pandemic hit, we were going through a lot. And Brianna is someone that stepped up as our interim city clerk and stepped into that role so darn well. And we're so proud of you. But we didn't get a chance to, you were so eager to get to Clovis, we didn't get a chance to honor you. So we are here tonight with a proclamation for you from the city of Fresno, myself, and of course, Supervisor Bredefeld, who was a council member. He had a prior engagement. He wanted to be here tonight, but this is for you, Brianna, and we have your family here too. Okay.
Oh, that's so cute. Oh, look at this.
Yeah. Okay.
Or your
Thank you for the
better and worse.
That's true. I agree.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. You can stay. You don't have to go. We have better humor, too.
Thank you, Council
Thanks,
President Mike Carbasi. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else here to address the council?
Good evening, Council. My name is Eric Rollins. I live on Ashcroft Avenue in Clovis. First, wanted to say it was a great morning. I truly appreciated the fact that the Fresno Clovis prayer breakfast is something that I think is special and unites people. I also want to congratulate our mayor on doing a great job of speaking to people, so thank you for that. But I'm more specifically here to talk about the idea of being a non-sanctuary city. 3 of the council members were there when we went through the COVID debacle, where we decided that we would stand against the mandates of the state, against laws that I considered to be unconstitutional. They stepped all over our rights. Well, why was it okay to stand then? Because it was for the good of the community. Well, I think this non-sanctuary city idea is also for the good of the community. I believe that our state is wrong in that they've decided that they have a say on immigration policy and about the safety of our community. So if our state is wrong, and federal government through the Constitution is very clearly given that right, why are we complying? I believe that nullification is the way to go. I think that our state's position is both unreasonable, unconstitutional, and immoral If we have people that are here illegally as criminals, notice I used the word as criminals, and we're not allowed to turn them in to be deported or whatever else the federal government decides, we have a real problem. We have a broken system, and I believe that we could provide a point of light. We don't always have to comply with the unreasonable mandates of Lord Newsom, I mean Governor Newsom, because essentially that's how the state is behaving. They're treating us, rather than as they're our servants, they treat us as if they're royalty. Well, I think it's time to take a stand, and I believe that we need to stand for this non-sanctuary city idea. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric.
My name is Kay Roddenberry. I live in Clovis. I came to support Diane Pierce on the anti-sanctuary city issue. 3 quick points. Diane, you may feel very much alone with just a few people speaking up, but you are not alone. Here is a list of some of the groups that absolutely support your stand and the stand on the Constitution. The California Republican Assembly, led by Molly Anala. She was here last week and spoke for the anti-sanctuary city. The Constitutionalists for California, the Clovis chapter, Eric Rollins. He has a group that meets every week. He also has a podcast. He gets 200 views for his podcast. What? I'm sorry, 2,000 views. Thank you for the correction. The National Rifle Association, the Clovis Fresno chapter, Cliff Wong is a constitutionalist. He says, we're not just for the Second Amendment, we're for the whole Constitution. I won't go through everyone, but Freedom Lunch, Patty Casio. Right now, we are having a class on the Constitution for our Freedom Lunch, and Bill Scott is giving us that. The John Birch Society, and thank you, Vaughn, for coming and talking to us and explaining the last issue that we disagreed with you on, but we appreciate that. That's a good group, and it's growing. Fresno County Precinct Captains, I won't go on, but that would take up my whole time. So, what do these groups have in common? They care about our country very much. They go out to meetings. They care about our cities, and they care about the Constitution. Come and join us, because you could be out every night. That brings us to what President Trump has been talking about. The Constitution gives our president the right to control the border and immigration. He has put Tom Homan in charge of our nation's borders with the authority to deport illegal aliens. To quote him, the cities had better get on board because if they don't, they are violating federal law. Some say, hey, we love everybody, we welcome everybody. Do you really? Do you lock your doors at night? Of course you do. Do you vet people that come into your home? Many of us don't understand your rationale. That's the reason. I talked to my neighbor just this afternoon. I said, do you know about this sanctuary city? She says, yes, and it's terrible. You know, people just don't know about it. To sum up, just one point. If just one child is kidnapped for child trafficking or raped or murdered, you would feel horrible. And I just don't want that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Okay, sorry, that is Kay.
I've got this down to 3 minutes, but I have a longer version. Can I give copies to the
Sure,
clerk?
please give it to the clerk.
Okay, my name is Bill Scott. I live at 341 Evergreen in Clovis, and I've lived here for since 1979. I support your proposal also. Opening our doors to illegal immigrants is not helping them. They don't know our culture, our language, or anything real about America. They're doomed to fail. And no, I'm not saying that our culture is better. It's just different. You wouldn't do well if any of you were dropped with no support into Central Russia, France, or Dubai. These countries would provide you with no support, and neither should we. Our Constitution does not give our government the power to provide any support to immigrants. This is part of our problem. Few Americans can describe the purpose of our Constitution. It's meant to limit the power of the government. James Madison described the essence of the Constitution as the rights of the people are many, the powers of the government are few and defined. Article 1, Section 8 is an enumerated list of the only powers given to the government. The Congress shall have the power to, followed by 18 clauses that enumerate those powers. The 10th Amendment makes it clear that anything beyond those powers belong to the people or the states. However, immigration is one of those powers. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4, the Congress shall have power to establish uniform rule of naturalization, giving the federal government, through the Congress, the power to decide immigration law. Next, Article 6, Clause 2 says this Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, shall be the supreme law of the land, and judges in every state shall be bound thereby, laws of the state to the contrary notwithstanding. This gives supremacy to the federal law in matters of immigration. California has no constitutional power to nullify federal immigration law. Clovis should acknowledge this by rejecting sanctuary law. Actually, it's not that hard to enter the United States legally. An embassy can issue a certain number of visas every year, but they never use more than 25% of what's available. Why enter illegally when you can get a visa? It might take months, even a year or more, but once you have one, all these scary scenarios about being here illegally go away. You don't have, and if you do not commit any crimes, you can then get your visa renewed and work hard towards becoming a citizen. Once you're a citizen, then you'll be congratulated, respected, and welcomed with open arms. An advantage what's the advantage then of coming illegally? Now, for those of you that still think we should continue to accept and protect illegal aliens, let me put it like this. What if I brought my own chair and I set it up there between Mayor Montanoa and Mayor Pro Tem Pierce and asked for amnesty to become a council member? Okay, I'm only doing it because I want a better life. Then I'll demand one of those fancy plaques, a salary, and an office. And all of you who worked hard to get votes to earn your position, well, you'd be appalled that I went around the legal process to do the same thing. No way I should be allowed a seat on the council. Well, what's the difference between me illegally entering the council and foreign nationals entering our country? Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone else here to address the council?
Good evening. My name is Steven Trevino. I live on Bullard. I was going to speak on something really, really important, but first I wanted to mention something about what these folks are talking about. You know, no one's talking about arresting people who own ranches, people who hire illegals. No one's talking about that. Why aren't we talking about the people who hire illegals? You know, my father was from Mercedes, Texas, and he barely spoke any English. He went to World War II, fought in the Pacific. And I remember he died at the Veterans Hospital here in Fresno. And when he was dying, he goes, "Mijo, ven para acá, voy a hablar contigo. Come here, I want to talk to you in Spanish." And his last words were in Spanish. He was an American. And that's a question for all of you here. What is an American? What is an American? The other day, the Border Patrol arrested some Navajos over there in New Mexico just because they have dark skin. What is an American? Come on. Is an American a white guy with a southern drawl? I'm an American. I'm an American. So, that really, all this talk about this, it really offends me, and it offends a lot of other people. So what is an American? And no one is arresting all these farm owners. When they went over here to the Tulare County, Ag Show, was the Border Patrol there to talk to the farmers, say, hey, don't be hiring illegals because it's against the law? Of course not, because it's in their, I'm sorry, here I go again. It's in their interest to hire these people because no one else would do these jobs. I was going to talk about something else. The reason I wanted to talk about the price of eggs, and I think it was about a year ago or a couple of years ago, I was sitting here and you guys, we had in front of the council whether to have chickens. I think it's time to consider that again. There's something funny. I'm sorry, but. Hi. No, come on. We need to consider this because I was joking with this gentleman who was sitting behind me. I said, did you go to the store this weekend? He goes, yeah. He goes, I bought some eggs. I go, well, did you take your gun with you? You know? Because they're extremely expensive. And I think we should consider this. You know, there's certain people that live in apartments or, you know, certain areas that shouldn't have chickens, but there's other places here in Clovis that people have big yards. They could have a few chickens. So I thought I'd bring that up to the city council.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino.
Last time I told you I loved almost everything you said, everything you said. It's almost everything you said.
Anyone else here to address the council? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion. We do have a public comment submitted, and all the council has it, and it's by Harold and Judith Mitchell. I'm assuming so. We have that. I'm going to enter that for the record as well. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and move to the next item, which is the consent items, the consent calendar. Items considered routine in nature are placed in the consent calendar with the recommended action for the city council. They will all be considered and voted upon in one vote as one item unless a council member requests individual consideration. And I've been asked to pull, Councilmember Bessinger has asked to pull item number 4. Are there any others the council would like to pull? Okay, so we have items 1 to 3. Is there anyone here in the audience who would like to address items 1 to 3 on the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, we'll just.
I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar items 1 through 3.
We have a second? Second. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Item 4, motion passes 5-0. Item 4 is public utilities approval, and I'll read it. Award consulting services contract to AECOM Technical Services, Inc. to develop a zero-emission vehicle transition plan in the amount of $121,349 to authorize the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the city and amending the 2024-2025 fleet budget to allocate funds for the project. Staff on this?
Mayor? Yeah, the staff report itself is very clear that we're looking for an RFP on the basically purchasing by 2035 an entire fleet of electric solid waste vehicles. That's correct, right?
It's a little bit different than that. So there's a regulation that requires all purchases of medium and heavy-duty vehicles starting in 2024, 50% of all of our purchases have to be zero emissions. So we've started purchasing zero emissions now, and we just need a consultant to come on board to help us plan out all of those purchases into the future. Starting in 2027, 100% of all of the purchases of the vehicles over 8,500 pounds, so medium and heavy-duty vehicles, need to be zero emissions. So
I'm sorry, so those vehicles, that would be pretty much all of our solid waste vehicles?
Correct.
Any construction, dump trucks, things like that?
Yes.
What would not be included in that?
Okay, so as a part of anything that's smaller than a Ford F-250 would be a light-duty vehicle. So those would not be included in the Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation, which is the one that we're trying to comply with right now.
And you said 2027?
Yeah, starting in 2027, 100% of all of our purchases of new vehicles.
And I realize we're going to an RFP on this or to get some help with the compliance. How much is an EV solid waste vehicle versus a regular solid waste vehicle approximately?
So currently we purchase solid waste vehicles for approximately $440,000, and when we've been looking at the EVs, they've been around $1 million, and that doesn't include the charging infrastructure.
The charging infrastructure that we don't have.
Correct. And that would be a part of what we're trying to study so that we could successfully transition. And to train the employees. Correct.
To fix them that haven't been trained to fix them.
Yes.
The reason I brought this up is because during council comments, I'm gonna ask for council to see if we can find some common sense here. This is a conversation I had when I was on the air board, when we were being pushed to do this for our transit vehicles. And you can get a day and a half out of a diesel vehicle and 6 hours out of an electric bus, and they cost at least double. And my comment to both CARB and the EPA representative when I was at a meeting was that you're going to force cities out of mass transit because we don't have the ridership to pay for that. In fact, right now we don't even charge. But if it becomes such a burden, we may end up getting out of mass transit, and who does that hurt? It hurts the target audience that they want to serve, the people who need it the most. And if we want to stay in the business of solid waste, and we have to buy these vehicles, we're going to have to up our rates, and that's going to be passed on to the citizens. So the reason I asked for this, because I wanted to, at the very least, let people know that this discussion, at least from my perspective, needs to be had so that we can at least offset some of these things. I will say that when I had that conversation with the head of CARB and the EPA West Coast representative, they looked at me with such lack of emotion, they could have cared less. And I don't know what the fix is, but you know, at the very least, we need to let them know that eventually, when citizens they're already paying too much in taxes anyway. So when we're going to have to bump their user fees, this hurts the poorest people the most. So that's really all I have.
Are there any other questions of staff?
Yeah, I just want to ask one question, because I was kind of looking at this thing as well, and my only question is, do we have any understanding of what some of the executive orders coming out of the new administration, does that have any impact on these mandates and that coming?
Currently, the executive order that I'm aware of was one that revoked a requirement federally, but not specifically to California. So in California, the Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation is still in place for local and state government, but not for high priority fleets and federal fleets. And then there's also the Advanced Clean Cars Regulation, which is by 2035, the manufacturers of all light duty vehicles also can only manufacture zero emission vehicles. So eventually we'll have to transition to include that one for all of our light duty vehicles as well.
Any other questions for staff? Anyone in the public have a comment or question with regards to item number 4 here? Yes. Brianna will turn it on. Okay.
Okay, there you go. Okay. Hello, my name is Evan Edgar. I'm a civil engineer, and I do fleet transition plans statewide for both the public and private sector. This is a great discussion because it's blindsiding a lot of people on both sides of the public and private sector. One of the things that the Vance Clean Fleet Rule did on the private side with CARB, I'm a registered lobbyist for the refuse industry in Sacramento. I go to every CARB meeting. So CARB withdrew the waiver for the private sector fleet. So the private guys don't got to pay for it. We can stay on our existing renewable natural gas and go forth. But the public sector is going to get hurt a lot. Not only are these trucks twice as expensive, they have half the payload because you got 4 tons of batteries you got to haul around. Those batteries catch on fires. It's a lose-lose for the public sector. I'm relieved that the private sector is off the hook for a while until the next administration. But what we're going to see is a CapEx, a capital play over until 2027, about $17 to $20 million on your refuse fleet, not only for the price of the truck, but for charging. And that's going to be a big impact, and it will cause a lot of people to privatize. I do this statewide, and a lot of public sector is getting out of the business. You have your MSW fleet, and that MSW fleet, if it were privatized, you say $17 to $20 million. So what I see kind of happening here is that a lot of public sector will privatize, really just privatize, and Mid-Valley was there a couple of years ago and privatized that. I see the writing on a wall here that maybe the solid waste refuse fleet could be privatized, and then right now you got the organics collection and recycling out to bid right now too. So I can see somebody could bundle the prices to get a better rate down the road. So that's what Mid-Valley has done in other communities upon privatization. So when you separate the contract for commercial and residential, you'd be facing another contract for the privatization MSW to save $17 million and to get good service. But that's something that your city workers got to contend with, because in Reedley, a lot of those workers were, didn't have a job. Some were hired on, but it's a big question. I'm glad it was pulled from the consent. I'm glad we had the discussion, because you're in for a price shock, and CARB will not help you out. They look at me every time I stand up in my black hat. They basically laugh at me like, who cares? So you're on course here to do the right thing to have this discussion.
Sir, could you give your information to the clerk? I might want to reach out and find out what groups I can, if we as a group decide to do that, who I can partner with.
Sure can. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public portion. It's a pleasure of the council.
I'll make a motion to approve item number 4 from the consent calendar.
Second. Okay. Motion second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries 5-0. Now we'll move to administrative items. This is item number 5. It's consider approval, award recycling and organic material collection, processing, and marketing services agreement to Mid-Valley Disposal, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city. This is continued from the February 11th, 2025 meeting. Staff on this is Glenn Estes and Scott Ruddels. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So this item was continued from the February 4th meeting there we go. So it's continued from the February 4th meeting to the February 11th, and continued again to allow additional, the other proposals to be provided, as well as all the council members to be here. So the first slide, we're going to just do a recap of what we did in the previous presentation on February 4th. So the first slide is just going to go over staff's recommendations. So we did an RFP process. These are the areas that were considered in the overall scoring of the RFP. The committee evaluated the proposer's qualifications, technical proposal, exceptions to the contract, financial ability, cost, and predictability. Cost, while it's not the biggest category, because of the price disparity in the proposals, ends up being one of the biggest components to our recommendation. And the next couple of slides are really going to go over the cost breakdowns and hopefully provide some explanation to some of the commercial stuff that was talked about last time. So the two services that we kind of brought up is the residential and commercial. And the reason we bring those up, it's under one contract, it's one service, but they act differently And so we analyze them differently, and the dollar numbers in the contract are separate, right? And so we wanted to make sure that's very clear how we look at our two services. But it's a recycling organics contract that we're talking about. The trash is provided by city services. So this slide shows the residential cost comparison. This was provided last time. And as you can see, Mid-Valley is the lowest of the three proposers by $1.1 million, or 21%, lower than the next proposer. So then we look at the commercial rates, because they don't show up the same. So we fixed our commercial rates at 60% of our city trash rate. So this is the bin rates, you guys know what the bin rates are, the bins. As you can see, Mid-Valley provide a rate of 54% of the city's trash rate. So they have the lowest rate on bin service. The rates for commercial toters, this is not a service that's provided before. This is new. This is because 1383 has required the threshold to be lowered. So we're trying to provide toter services to commercial businesses. And as you can see, Mid-Valley's rates are significantly less than the other two proposers. And this third slide shows, this is what makes it slightly confusing, because each proposer had to make assumptions about what the service levels need to be for the commercial contracts. We are currently not providing the full service that needs to be done with 1383. So they had to estimate on what the bakery needed. Did you need 1 yard service, 2 yard service, 3 times a week, right? The gas stations, all those services. And so as you can see, the first one shows Mid-Valley's assumptions, and you can see their rates are the lowest. So their total cost is the lowest. Does this work? Yeah. So you can see their rates show the lowest of the other two with the same assumptions. If you look at Caglia's assumptions, they have a lower assumption level, but their rates are higher. So Mid-Valley's are still lower with their assumptions. And then same thing with Republic. Mid-Valley's rates, overall cost is lower. So between the residential, they're about $1.5 million lower. With the commercial, it's about $400,000 lower when you consider Mid-Valley's assumptions.
Mayor?
Yeah.
What do you mean by assumption level?
Assumption. So they made an assumption about how many bins need to be out there and what the service levels need to be for those bins.
Because the new law is going to require different toters, which may require different levels of grabbing them several times a week or only once a week.
Exactly. So one of the big components is the toters. Before we didn't have toters out there now, and they proposed 800 or 900 toters to be placed throughout the community. So that had to be accounted for and estimated, and each one made their own estimates on that.
Glenn, help me understand, this is a new chart, huh?
Yes.
And so under each of the ones on top, it says Mid-Valley's assumptions, Caglia's assumptions, Republic's assumptions. That is what they wrote in their responses of their assumptions. And then the scores below, Mid-Valley, Caglia, and Republic, you used Mid-Valley's assumptions and got a figure from Caglia, and then got a figure from Republic, based on Mid-Valley's proposal. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct. We took their rates, each one of the proposers' rates, and we applied them to each one of their assumptions.
And Mid-Valley is lowest on, regardless of the assumption.
Correct.
Okay. But if we took their assumption just based on their assumption alone, what is it? Does that make sense what I'm asking? So, for example, did Caglia come in under Caglia's assumption at 1.6 million? And then did Mid-Valley come in at 2.1? Because that was their assumption and that was their... And then Republic would have been 2 point, so was Caglia's assumption, why compare them? Are they lower just because they assume lower? I'm trying to understand how you as a staff would evaluate this.
Yeah, so they have lower rates, right? So you take your rates times the amount of service that you're going to provide. We took each one of their assumptions on the amount of service they're going to provide, and Mid-Valley's rates, because they're the lowest, are going to be the cheapest overall cost. no matter how many, where was.
Let me try to add something here. Maybe this will help. In hindsight, we should have potentially set the level of service as a placeholder for each proposer to propose on with the rates they provided. So there would only be one set of rates for providing commercial services. And then you would have seen only one bar chart up there with 3, and you would have still seen Mid-Valley provided the lowest rates because they provided lower rates for bin service and for toter service for commercial services. So if we would have set that scale by providing a direction of the level of service we wanted, you would have had a better apples-to-apples comparison. In the end, that level of service will be determined with the proposer, and it's going to look somewhere on one of those. It may be $2 million altogether. It may be 1.8 when we actually go and determine the amount of service. But regardless, applying Mid-Valley's rate to that service is the lowest proposer for commercial.
But if you looked at it separately, then Caglia's proposal was lower because they assumed less?
So we set up, they assumed less service because that's just the way they looked at it. The value is a placeholder. It's an assumption of the amount of services depending on what needs to be provided out there, depending on what we need to do for SB 1383. And we asked each proposer to come up with your best guess. The reality is once it's determined what the service levels are, then you apply their rates to those service levels.
And that was the 2 previous slides.
Yes, that's why it's important to put each one of these slides together because Mid-Valley proposed lesser rates.
I got it. Any other questions?
Didn't we hire a consultant on this, right? To help with this?
Yes.
And the consultant didn't see that as a potential issue, that we didn't set the level that these people bid on?
No, we should have, in hindsight, done an apples to apples. That way we would be talking in a comparative. What they said is the contract as an unknown. Okay, provide us your best guess in this, and then they included that in the revenue assumptions. And that's what is confusing everything because it's not a fixed apples to apples on the commercial side.
How much do we pay this consultant to do this?
$60,000.
I mean, that's not a huge amount of money, but I would have expected them, the alleged expert, to be able to say, hey, this is what you want to do. Am I thinking about this incorrectly?
So,
and we haven't heard from the consultant at all that I'm aware of.
No, and at this point, we've used a consultant to provide the backbone for the RFP, and for a multitude of reasons, they weren't involved in the post-process analysis. They set this up as they've set up many proposals for all kinds of, I mean, this isn't a new thing for them. Right. So this was the standard. I think what we in hindsight, if we would have set an expectation of service and just defined it, hey, this is what we want you to bid into or propose for, this specific amount, then that would have given you the apples to apples. But we left that unknown, and unfortunately, it does become confusing because it looks like somebody may be proposing at a lower rate, but we're not actually comparing them in the actual service that's going to be provided. That will determine the total cost of the commercial at that point in time. There's unknowns.
Any other? Go ahead, Drew.
I don't know if I was asked to submit a proposal, that I would submit a proposal with unknowns in there. I mean, isn't it, what if Caglia's numbers are correct, and for the level of service, but if I'm hearing you correctly, Scott, you're saying that even if their level of service is correct, Mid-Valley is still cheaper.
Yes. And I would look at this graph also, just some additional, if you look at how Republic proposed the services, Mid-Valley and Republic are more in line together. They anticipated a higher level of service to meet the SB 1383 and what would need to be provided out there.
Okay. Go ahead, Lynn. No? Okay. Go ahead, Lynn.
So, next slide. Yes? Okay. So based on that, the overall recommendation is to go with Mid-Valley. They were ranked the lowest, or they were ranked the highest. They had the lowest rates for both residential and commercial. So the next steps would be to award the contract to Mid-Valley. We would execute the contract, and then we would start the transition plan. And so these are just some steps that would need to be done before the transition plan, or before the start of the contract on August 1st. So it would be right-sizing the commercial customers is another term, but basically that's addressing the service levels, right? Analyzing what they are and providing the right bins. Going out and order the correct bins, the correct number of toters, size bins. Sourcing their local office. That's part of the contract, is to have a local office here in Clovis. Finalizing all the public education and outreach plans to go out. And then to start hiring employees. And that's all got to be done prior to August 1st, 2025, when the contract begins. So those are just the kind of steps to lay it out. And with that, any questions?
Any questions? Go ahead, Councilman Basco.
I think I got more concerns than actual questions. From the residential side, I'm okay, numbers are numbers, but from the commercial side, to have contracts based on assumptions and kind of putting it out there that way, I'm not as confident with the commercial side of things as just saying, hey, let's award this based on their assumptions were lower. I'm with Drew in the fact that we have a consultant that came back and provided, you know, like, I don't know, it just seems like we would expect a little bit more from that, so that we wouldn't be in this position of saying, hey, give us your best guess on something like this. While I understand the numbers may look a little lower on the commercial side, but I do have concerns over assumptions and setting the cost. I mean, we have Republic here, we have Caglia here, we have Mid-Valley here, and all three of them are making their best guess on what type of service to provide. So that's my concern.
Would you like me to respond?
Sure.
Let's assume Caglia.
Okay, never mind.
Caglia defined the right service level. And that is the service that needs to be done for commercial services. At that point, you have the service level defined. You would still take their rate structure, which was the previous two slides, and you would apply each of their rate structures, and Mid-Valley would still be the lowest to provide the same service.
Go ahead.
So on the commercial side, there's the recycling and there's the organics. Essentially, it's the organics that is the brand new part that's getting added into this, where that really is your best guess as far as the level of service there. Were there certain consistencies on level of service for what's been established as commercial recycling pickup, or is that being affected by the SB 1383 also, and so it really is just the wild, wild west?
So it is residential and commercial. 1383 addresses the thresholds for both, and so that's why you see recycling toters and organics toters. Both of those are new to this contract. So as these services are being provided, we would anticipate that they would, you know, a business would say, well, now I got to get a recycling and an organics toter. I don't need as much trash service. And so we do expect the trash service to drop, right, as they continue to go out and provide these services to the customers.
Scott, refresh my memory again with regards to residential will go up by CPI. Commercial only goes up to what percentage of what the residential is again?
So residential is basically tied to CPI at a maximum of 4%. And CPI over the last 10 years has been 2.75 or thereabouts. Commercial is tied to 60% of our current rate structure. So if our rates which typically go up 4% per year on our, not our CPI, but as our increase and our escalator, then they would be entitled to a 4% increase on their bin rates because they're tied to 60% of our bin rates.
So on this graph, commercial will be saving 6% if we went with Mid-Valley, all commercial participants.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
6% per pickup.
Yes.
Overall, once we determine the level of service, but yes.
From this, okay.
Just on the recycling,
Yeah, he said, I think he said on the recycling, yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Drew.
You indicated that even if Caglia's numbers are right, Mid-Valley's rate is lower. How much lower?
Mid-Valley's rate, if Caglia's right, is 13% lower overall.
Okay, so Mid-Valley's is 13% below Caglia's rate, giving Caglia's numbers.
Correct.
Level of service numbers.
Correct.
Okay. I sent staff an email, and I asked for definitions on some terms. I'm reading from an email that the city's expectation that the proposed rates for all lines of business are both sustainable and scalable. Can you tell me what those terms mean?
Yeah.
In a manner that I'm going to understand?
Yeah, so scalable is basically, you know, when they come out with their assumption of how many services they think they're going to need. If the assumption is, you know, if more people are needing service than they expected, we expect them to continue to provide that service with the same rate structure. Not say, well, we didn't know that they were going to need more service. We need higher rates, right? And so it needs to be scalable based on the same rate structure. And sustainable meaning that they're not taking a loss, right? The last contract with Republic, they've stated that they were taking a loss on the commercial when they signed up on the contract. And so for every bin that they put out there, they were losing money. And so we wanted to make sure that when we fixed it at 60%, if they couldn't do it for 60%, they needed to let us know that so that we knew that they weren't going to be taking a loss, which de-incentivizes them to go out and provide the services that are needed. And so sustainable meaning the rate is sustainable, and scalable meaning that you can increase the number of services.
Isn't it a little counterproductive? And I think that the people who worked with us on this should have come up with this. If we're telling them they need to be scalable, but we're not telling them what the expectational level of service is, isn't that like counterproductive?
We gave them a baseline. We did tell them what the services that were currently being provided, but with 1383, we didn't know, you know, what was going to be out there, and they are the experts in the industry. They are servicing other communities. They do know what they should be seeing from the communities, and so they were, you know, it's better their guess than ours because they do this every day.
But did they even okay, you're talking about
the proposers.
The bidders?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we anticipate that the proposers know and are very confident about what service levels are needed within the size of the communities that they are providing service in, and we rely on their expertise. We're relying on their expertise to, you know, pick up those and pick up the bins, toters, and then sort out the recyclings. They know what's coming out of there. They know what the market values are. They know that business well, and so we're relying on them to give us their professional recommendation on that.
Okay. And regarding missed pickups, late spills, and litter, I looked at when I read through their RFPs, only one of the bidders actually had an amount that they would be charging for commercial. What's our expectation on if I keep putting my stuff out late, or I don't, and I expect you to come back and pick it up, what is the city's expectation on enforcing that? Or do we even have one?
Yeah, so there is penalties and liquidated damages in the contract. They're in the agreement, and everyone's paying the same rates. If you miss a bin, if you leave litter on the ground, if you don't resolve an issue with the customers, there's a whole list of performance criteria that they need to be. And so all proposers would be paying the same, penalties, and damages for,
Have we set that amount?
Yeah.
Or what is that amount?
For which one? There's quite a few different ones.
Let's say I keep putting my stuff out late and want you to come back and pick it up.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah, on the resident side.
Because whoever's doing the commercial is gonna bill them directly.
All right.
But we need to at least codify the amount. It's not a huge deal right now, but I'm just wondering if because one of them had a number.
They should have all had a number, but I'd have to go back and look, but they all should have had a number in there for that.
What I read, they deferred back to us, but.
Oh.
And the question of the day, can we split this RFP into commercial and residential? And I realize this is a question also for the city manager. Does that null and void the RFP? Do we have to go back to square one? I'm looking for opinions. I've gotten opinions, but I'm gonna paint you in a corner.
Okay, so this is, not a flippant response. Council can direct us to do anything. They can reject all proposals and go back to square one. The contract as written and proposed is a collective. It is not separable. So staff at a minimum would need to go back, create two different venues, one for residential and one for commercial service, and go through that process again. It would not be as lengthy because I think we're quite a further ahead, but we still would have consequences in the transition timing. We would also want council's direction if, do we want to go out to a straight bid and take the subjectivity out of the RFP from staff and just write up contract documents and then let the lowest bidder get it. Now, in that, we have no control over another company outside these three, so we feel really good about either of these three getting the contract. We like them all, and they all can provide the service, and that's shown through the rating. But if we go out to a straight bid, we don't know if, say, Waste Management or somebody else gets interest on a straight low bid. And sometimes they say, you know, let the buyer beware on those. If you have us go back into another RFP process, then we have to draw those up. And at the same time, they still become subjective, and some sort of scoring system has to be put in place. And I think what could potentially happen is the one proposer could still end up being recommended for both services, because if all things being fair or equal in the service level provided, and you have a lower proposer, staff is going to probably be bound to those types of recommendations to council. And the other consequence that we wouldn't know is there's a potential that you would get better pricing, and there's a potential that you may not get better pricing, because we don't know how, say, Mid-Valley put this proposal together. What kind of economy of services, the level that they were, and I think Mr. Kalpikoff brought that up last time, is if they're out there and they're swinging by and we have a toter for commercial organics, they can go by and pick it up. Now, that's in their model, so we don't know how they viewed everything and what kind of efficiencies they were picking up by putting both residential and commercial services, and how they would perform those. And
when I asked specifically, I asked Mr. Kalpikoff that question, and it makes complete sense. You don't have to send another truck because your truck is already there. Just from a standpoint of the city attorney, if council was to give a direction to split the contracts, are we in safe grounds? Are we null and voiding the RFP?
I think staff's recommendation is a good one based on the options in that are listed in the RFP on page 17.
there's nothing that clearly says that the contract could be split. I think it's fair to say that all three proposers proposed based on both services. So, I mean, it's a question you could certainly ask the proposers. I'm not sure, I mean, they may be willing to say, yeah, I'll take one tonight, but, our recommendation would be to go out and do separate RFPs for each of the services. And again, as Scott mentioned, that could result in still awarding both contracts to one hauler, or it could be, you know, two separate contracts, depending on what the recommendations would be at that time. We can't really speculate right now. I'm not sure that it's fair to the proposers and to the process that was already done for the council tonight to split them. Because frankly, I don't know, I can't answer for the proposers, but I don't know whether each of their proposals would have been prepared the same way if they were bidding or proposing on two separate contracts.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Baskin? No. Okay, Lynn? Go ahead.
I think just a couple comments. So I had, if you looked at my Google search last night, it was a lot of things on what's the best way to choose a hauler for a city. So now I get all kinds of ads for toters. I don't really want them in my Google feed. But there's a couple of things that struck me as I was doing that. One of them spoke eloquently about not choosing on price because it was sort of a race to the bottom, respectfully. That was this view of how do you choose the price. You always get, if you choose the cheapest thing, it costs you more later. I think we all know that when you buy a car or whatever. So there was lots of that. But it dawned on me somewhere along the way that the piece that we're missing here, the reason we're all, I've got a little chart here, number of trucks, number of personnel, number of how much fuel costs. I'm not good enough to do this work. Just don't ever hire me to do engineering. I think we missed a huge opportunity to talk to this council 6 months ago to say, what are we trying to do here? I feel like this RFP was written for a city. We put this out in 2015. Our population in 2015 was 105,000 people. This contract will expire when our population is about 185,000 people. I don't have confidence in our consultant who helped construct this for the reasons that we've identified, that we've issued an RFP that is for a city of 185,000 people. I don't have any way to know that. It's sort of a status quo. We do what we've always done. We're just going to keep picking up trash the same way. I don't know if that's right. So we have 680 houses coming north of Shepherd, super close together. People don't want to drive down the street. They got to get the toters. All of that changes the dynamic. And I don't think our proposers accounted for that because they're not houses yet. They're not even things. So as our housing gets more dense, our streets get more narrow, I don't know, maybe someday they won't pick up trash in a truck. I haven't the vaguest idea. So I guess for me, part of why I'm thinking, why have we spent so much time on this? I did this 10 years ago. I don't remember any of this conversation. Any of it. I didn't hear from anybody. It was all great. We issued the thing, off we went. And I think that's a piece we missed. We haven't had a policy discussion about trash. That sounds ridiculous. But we haven't had a thoughtful discussion as a council. So now we're picking at things that I can understand. So that to me is a huge concern. My second concern is the RFP goals are not all measured. I don't think it's fair to say it's a goal and I don't measure it. So we say customer service is a goal, but there is no score for customer service. It's kind of obtusely tucked in a couple of things. And we also say that strong community citizen is a goal, and there is absolutely no mention of that in the scoring. So is it a goal? Is it a nice to have? I feel like that, and again, I don't really hold staff accountable, except you hired this consultant, and I'm just not sure how this got, it just didn't feel like it came together very well. So I don't think that's fair. So in my little cool matrix I did here for myself on my personal spreadsheet, Mid-Valley has fewer trucks, but more personnel. Like, what does that say? I don't even know what that means. Caglia has 17 trucks and then 16 personnel. I get that. But I mean, so it's just, that really didn't help me. I had this great exercise, but it didn't particularly give me any insight into what we were doing. Mid-Valley was 14 routes a week. Caglia is 16 routes a week. Republic is 16 routes a week, and we're worried about Republic service. Sorry. But that's kind of what's at stake here. So I can't find any objective way except cost. And it sticks in my head is we said this was a better price because didn't have to do a 218 hearing, and we don't do things because they're easy. We do the right thing for Clovis. I'm not suggesting that it's not the right thing, but the way it all got framed. So for me, after all of my Google searches and my current ad feed about toters, which I now can shop for myself, my suggestion is we're not ready to issue this at all. And I would suggest that we extend the Republic contract 6 months, and that we send the staff back to the drawing board to do a little bit more work on separating maybe looking at the two, because the thing I don't get about you can't separate them apart is, last time we talked a lot about affidavits to say they're both standalone. So you either can or you can't. If you can't, then bid them together and tell us that. If you can separate them, they should be two freestanding numbers, I guess. So anyway, I think the process is disappointing to me. I don't feel like it's the right thing for the citizens of Clovis. I'm not willing to pick just on price. I'm not there. I know people don't vote for, I was talking to Paul this morning, I know people don't vote for LMDs because they're $2 a month. I know that it matters. But to me, that's the only thing I have right now. I just don't know if that gives a fair shake to what Mid-Valley could do for us, what Caglia, what Republic might be able to do. So anyway, my suggestion is that we extend the Republic contract 6 months. I can't even read my handwriting here. What does it say? I don't even know. We give compliance metrics for all the recycling things. We give a score for civic engagement. And I'd also, I guess along the way, because we're really a popular crowd up here, everyone's talking, I'd like for each bidder, if we go this way, I'd like each bidder to release the names, or provide the names, I should say, of all the members on their team, who does their GR, who does their communications. Because I'm a little worried that we probably have conflicts in ways we can't see right now, and I'd like to know, beyond the shiny pictures in your RFPs, who is on your team, who are you consulting with? Because this is a small, messy town when it comes to that. So I'd like to know who that is, so I don't walk into a conflict myself. So I think we asked the wrong question. This is not an RFP for 185,000 people. It's an RFP for 104, and I don't think that's the right thing for the city. So I'm not interested in voting on either any of the three people, because I don't think we're ready. That's kind of where I am. And I can sell you a great toter because I've got the ads to prove it in my phone. Thanks.
Scott, I had a question with regards to the extension. Per the current contract, the extension is an automatic 3 years, correct?
So
that's only if they say, oh, we'll waive the 3 years. We'll just do it for a month at a time. But they can actually say, no, it says 3 years. So if you extend it, we're going to take that 3 years. That's what I understand in the contract.
So in a re-review of the contract, it is 1 year increments. And it's outside of 180 days that they would have had to follow along the same contract terms, which would have been problematic for Republic. So to extend the contract, we would have to get them to agree to the contract. It says a year, but since we're kind of null and void to a certain extent, we would probably have to renegotiate contract terms and the length of the extension.
I didn't say it was a good idea. It was a good idea.
And then the rates would probably be, I don't want to presume for Republic. I, as staff would say, if they want to continue with the current rate structure and the current contract rate structure, I think that would be great for the city. I think that's the most economic, but I'm not going to presume.
And then the other question is, with regards to what you looked at, staff looked at, the services were comparable of all three overall, but Caglia and Mid-Valley. That's why price became the deciding factor.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
So in other words, regardless of how many of these proposals you sent back to us, they were pretty equal in the service that they were going to provide.
Yes.
That is correct.
Staff feels they're all very good at what they do. We have appreciation for each of the proposers. Yes.
And that's what I saw as I was reading it too. So that's why I'm going, it was the price that was the sort of the separated the wheat from the chaff.
I think we would have felt negligent as staff providing you a recommendation not based on price when that was the clearest thing remaining. And it wasn't to get the lowest bid, because we didn't do a lowest bid. That's not, we did the RFP so that we could have discussions. Staff interviewed each of the proposers We went through painstaking dialogue with them and understanding of what they were providing. And, HF&H, our consultant, may not have provided us the best RFP. They've been doing it for a long time. They are one of the best, if not the best. They've helped us every single time previously, and we were basing the RFP off of our previous direction of providing the service, understanding that there's going to be another 40,000 residents in the next 5 to 10 years.
Our ultimate responsibility is to the citizens, and so because the service is good, our responsibility is to protect the citizens, commercial and residential. And there was no defining response that said, hey, this is a Cadillac response, meaning service, versus a, Buick or something, right? Because you're saying, hey, the services were equal. And in your responsibility to us, to the citizen, you said, well, to protect the citizens the most, price then became the factor.
It became the most important factor. We couldn't find any reason that we didn't have any negative concerns from Mid-Valley. So when we go through we have to assess it from a practical standpoint. Our criteria, which we've provided, is a very practical, look at the best places where we can rate. If we get into community investment and those other aspects, we didn't really ask each proposer to provide added value or what else did they bring. And I think it still would have been difficult for staff because staff's subjective. And I think that's one of the issues tonight here is we're subjective. We're providing you our best responses, who we want to recommend or who we recommend. But that's still subjective. And we could be misguided. I hope not. And I'd like to address one thing. There was no affidavit. And the scalable and sustainable was we asked them to make sure that they could, all we wanted is, can you provide the service for the cost you said? And if the service grows because we add additional bins and routes and things like that, can you provide it? And they all said yes. That's all that was. So it still doesn't address that the collective service they were providing could have efficiencies.
Councilwoman.
Okay, but last time there was, everyone said we signed this affidavit. So you're saying that's not really what they signed at all? You didn't say that. You said that there was an affidavit. That you said that they both signed. This is why this is such a silly conversation. But okay, so they didn't agree that they could, if they
each proposer agreed to the terms.
Okay.
We just needed to make sure that they agreed to the terms so that you would have that in front of you, knowing that.
Councilor Baskin.
Just clarifying something Lynn was saying, it seems like staff kind of got a bad shaft on this one, in the aspect of, like you said, we should have had this conversation 6 months ago. That's not your guys' fault. I mean, all of a sudden now we're asking you these questions that came up in the RFP when we should have been having this discussion before it went out to bid and talking with our consultants and doing those kind of things. So we as a group had a better understanding of what we were actually going into and requesting of you as staff to research as opposed to just a consultant. So I think a learning lesson for us, especially on something like this, is to, when we know we're going into a process like this, is to, get with staff as well prior to.
And if I can respond, this contract's a big deal. We understand that. If we go back 10 years, when we made a recommendation to council, it was the same 3 proposers. They were all within 5% of each other, which was a much easier a value to look at, so cost wasn't as important. And we actually recommended the council to award to the highest bidder, or the proposer at that time, who was Republic, for specific reasons of not having the transition. But all 3 proposals were less than the current cost. So it was a better position to be in, to be able to go to, actually it might have been worse because, how do you separate the 3? they're all good at what they do. And so, yes, Mayor, the cost is a big component, because if they're all good at what they do, then cost becomes the component, not a low ball for services.
I just had one other question for Scott, just to clarify. When we talked about the contract itself, the two aspects of it, could you or could you not approve one portion of the contract and then ask for an RFP on the second half? Meaning the commercial, or is that because they all bid on it as one item and it would have to be completely redone?
Yeah, I think as I said before, I think to be fair to the proposers and the process that we put out, it was for both components of the service. So to award tonight only half of that, I don't know that that would be fair to the proposers or to the process. As Scott mentioned before, we may have gotten 3 other proposals, you know, if it was known out there in the community that, oh, I could do only residential or I could do only commercial.
Councilman Messenger.
Is the consultant still on the payroll, or have we finished with them? If we were to kick this back, would we have to pay them again?
If we as staff use them to create the baseline RFPs, yes. We have all that information, but I want to caution that it's going to take time to remake 2 separate RFPs, separate out the collective directions we gave in that RFP as providing education and outreach, even the compost event. There's a whole bunch of combined things that one provider would do. So we would have to go back, it's not hard. So nothing is difficult here, and it can be done. It's just going to take time, and then we're going to go back through a process. And I guess my concern is, if we go through this whole process, I'd want more direction. I don't want to be, I would not like to be in front of council again, providing you a subjective recommendation. And when you get to an RFP, there are many things you can contest, because it's subjective. We're putting together the scoring system. We do all the interviewing, we do all the communication, and we do all the reference checks. We're following up, we're doing all these things, and still it will end up being staff's recommendation. And the only reason I mentioned going to a bid, which I'm not a proponent of, is it removes staff from making a recommendation. As far as staff's recommendation, we just say, here's the lowest bidder, award that, that's what we recommend. And I'm not sure we would want to do that.
That might be the risk of that.
What I'm still not hearing from my colleagues is, of the criteria, proposer qualifications, experience, key personnel, past performance, what was missing? Technical proposal, implementation, operations, equipment, public education, customer service. What else are we missing? So in other words, it's pretty thorough. Cost, reasonableness, competitiveness. What is missing? What is the staff not giving us? Predictability, assurance, operation. In other words, I looked at all that and I go, pretty thorough. Everybody had equal chance to answer all those. We looked at all the 3 proposals. What of those 5 things, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things, are we still missing? Is there a 7th? You know, is there 8th? And that's what I had one. Because if it is, then that way we know, and then we can go, okay, yeah, that's a great one. We need to add that. We should have been involved in the RFP. Item 4 that we talked about earlier had like 9 responses, and it's about an important item with regards to vehicles, and we weren't involved. We were okay. There was only one that was sent back to us. It was on consent. We didn't ask for all 9 because it's huge. We're changing our trash vehicles to electric. We're very comfortable. I'm just saying, what has the staff presented that we are so uncomfortable with now? And I just want to hear that, because I look at it and I go, I'm just digging. I'm trying to dig and trying to get something based on the evidence in front of us that where we're lacking. So you had one.
So I think the most tangible is customer service. There is no score for customer service. There's a piece of it in a couple of items, but if in fact it's so important, it's mentioned 3 times in the RFP goals, there's no metric. Everyone measures customer service. Hospitals measure customer service. Macy's measures customer service. You can measure reliability. I got from Republic, reliability, I don't know what it was called, reliability data. I didn't see that from the other 2. Fine. But that's a metric that you could have measured and scored. In my mind, I mean, the hospitals do, how did you like your surgery? I mean, we ask people all the time. So it seems like, and they probably have them, but I didn't see any quantitative data. So if you want to do data, I would say that. I think the citizen, the language is strong community citizen. I don't know what that means, but we said it, so we should define it. 3 events, generally present. I don't know what it is, but those 2 to me, I had 2, I lied, sorry. But those could be 2 metrics you could have measured. If customer service is so important, it's in 3 goals, we should measure it, that's all. So, or we should ask our respondents to tell us what it is. Because that's the one thing I don't know. And I can't define, on anything else, I don't know. I gave up on trucks and toters because there was nothing really there. It really wasn't pretty. But I do think that.
May I respond?
Sure.
You're absolutely right. Those were not specific items. But I would say that when we did the reference checks, when we looked at all their previous history, the customer service comes right to the top as far as how they're performing. So it's really nested in everything that they do. And we got that loud and clear on all 3 companies, from checking their references, going through their history, and those types of things. So is it a specific metric? No, I guess not. I would also say that even if it was, my concern is we're going to go back and they're all going to score 4 or 5. And that won't be the defining rank or points, where staff would still be in a position. See, staff is stuck in this position of saying, all things being semi-equal, the cost is not. And so that is why I think staff is bound to recommend, is the only thing that they could recommend to council. And we're not looking at, we're not predisposing that council can't conduct a Prop 218. That's not, what we're saying is that the consequence from a higher cost is probably eventually going to trigger a Prop 218. Just because we want to provide you that information, but we're not saying we can't award to those folks because they're going to trigger a Prop 218. That's far from it.
That's fair. So that was my example. That's an example that we could. I'm not sure there's anything more to be gained from this. I mean, I think maybe we should just call the question and move along. But I don't know if there's anything else we can hear or open the public, but I think we've all had a chance to weigh in. That's just my 2 cents.
Just real briefly, to Lynn's point about customer service, I reached out, I read, Republic sent us their customer reliability surveys, and very impressive. I looked through Caglia's and spoke to someone, and I reached out to two individuals, a city manager and a mayor, that Mid-Valley is serving, and all of them gave very high grades. So I was very happy. And the 2 people that I reached out specifically for Mid-Valley are people that I knew would give me an honest evaluation, and they were very, very praiseworthy. So we have quality proposals, but it's a 10-year contract. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, as far as the customer service part goes, I felt like the predictability, assurance, and operations portion, which really rated them all competitively, all kind of in the same grouping, all with good reviews on that. I kind of felt like that encompassed customer service, because assurance and reliability, that's what the customer is going to complain about. So if those are high marks, then that, kind of speaks to that to me. And as far as the overall process, I don't want to say that there wouldn't be value to having council kind of part of the transition between the RFP and maybe the proposals, but at the same time, with these specific things that have come up, I kind of have this feeling of we don't know what we don't know until we know we don't know it. And I feel like that's kind of where we are now, that hindsight thing of, okay, now we see how these things kind of played out, and so we do see where there's some discrepancies here, but I'm not so sure that, I mean, no disrespect to my colleagues, but I'm not so sure that we could have figured that out at the RFP process either. I also am, I'm kind of agreeing with the mayor on the whole question of really what is it that is going to keep us? What are we going to gain by going through this whole thing all over again? You know, 2 weeks ago, we had this information before us. We've now seen the two other proposers' information. Did we really get something brand new that changes the tenor of the conversation at this point? And I'm not sure that I'm seeing that either. So I'm not sure what we really would gain by starting over, in a sense. I'm also not particularly convinced that there's a need to try and separate anything. I think, as you pointed out, and part of the discussion tonight is there's rates and there's assumptions, but the rates are the rates. And so regardless of the assumptions, if you have lower rates, you can apply that to all of the assumptions. So the only thing I would ask is if on one of the questions that we brought up, which was, just the idea of making assumptions about this kind of new service structure that's out there. I mean, if any of the proposers felt like that was a challenge or something that was not standard, that they couldn't quite wrap their heads around it and that was a problem for them, okay, well then maybe that would be something for us to look at and consider. But I would imagine that in the interview process and in all of the going back and forth between staff and the proposers, that something about that would have come up and could have been addressed. So I kind of feel like there's been a whole process in place. To the mayor's point, what is it? What is it that we think we are missing at this point that would keep us from being able to make a good decision for the ratepayers and our community? And I'm not missing it, but that's just me.
Any other comments or questions for the staff? Okay, we're going to go ahead and open the public portion. So if you're here to speak on this item, you can go ahead and address us at the podium over here. Brianna will turn it on, yeah.
Hello. Hi, Ashley Colley, Republic Services. Just wanted to clarify something. If the council does want to extend this or reissue an RFP or break it apart, et cetera, which Republic is amiable to, we absolutely are okay with that. We have indicated to staff we'd be willing to negotiate like a month to month or maybe a couple months at a time. I don't want to speak on what the rates will be right now and have it on record, but that's something we definitely would want to talk about. When it comes to the RFP process, we were very comfortable working with the city. However, we did have some concerns and questions that did come up. As a responder, we would have loved to see like that percentage graph broken down so we knew what category was rated and what percentage it was. And the Prop 218, we would have liked to know that was a priority too and respond to that and put that in our proposal, how we could help the city with that. But if you have any more questions for us, please let us know. Thank you.
Ashley, question with regard, say on those 5 things, and you didn't see the percentage, but would your answer be different though? Because, you know, like if say they put in technical as 80%, you know, what would change from what you responded to now? Oh, it's 80. I would have given you 8 more pages. You know, that sort of thing where shouldn't you just give us all 80 pages now? Because you're trying to win, because you don't, you know, because you're guessing just as much as Mid-Valley, just as much as Caglia. So I'm trying to understand where, well, if you gave me the percentages, help me understand that.
Mayor, I think one of the things was we were trying to hit every single thing in the RFP. One of the things I mentioned before is the 75% diversion rate with the disposal sites. So we proposed taking it to our facility in San Jose Newbie, it's a wonderful facility, one of the best in the country, because we thought, okay, that's for sure, Republic has control over the material, we can guarantee that. But we're going to weigh that, the city wants to hit that diversion rate. Against price, we could have bid it going somewhere locally, maybe to one of our competitors, probably would have brought that rate down. But since that was stated, we thought, you know, let's go with that, that's really important to the city, we'll take it to Newbie.
How much down? You see, like, this is the chance.
I know.
Because your gap is larger than the other two, so.
Yes.
Like, that's why I asked last time, like, how much more down? Because this is your chance, because if you're wanting a new RFP in order to give the new numbers, but I'm just saying, give me the numbers. You would have responded the same way. Like, if we can bring it locally, 500,000 less, you know?
I wish I could say that right now, but we're just asking for the opportunity to, some time frame to re-give that best and final offer.
I'm just saying, you have 3 weeks.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying, I mean, you know in 3 weeks. You've seen their proposal first and foremost, and then there's, you know, it's just sort of, well, if you do it again, we'll tell you. But in the 3 weeks of this hearing, not yet, because, you know, we're not going to be able to punch the numbers out.
Understood. If we had, like, the official go-ahead from the council, we would do it. But I understand that perspective, Mayor. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Trevino.
No, they do not pick up chickens.
My name is Steven Trevino.
No chickens, no chickens.
Porter Avenue. Yes, we need chickens. I'm just going to give you my 3 cents. I don't think change is good. We've had the same company for years. Just leave it the same. That's because we don't know what's going to happen. You bring in another company, you're going to have to train new workers, new routes. They're going to have to learn everything. They already have their routes set up. Everything's already set up. Even if it costs a bit more, I think we're just better off just keeping it the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Torino. Anyone else? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mark Scazzari, 3760 Longford Way. I just wanted to go over a couple of things that have been brought out over this course of this last 3 weeks that I think are important for everyone to completely understand. In 2015, when this contract was signed for a 10-year deal, no one knew that certain things were going to happen. 2017, 2018, you had the China sword that occurred that really had a dramatic impact on what was recyclable at the time. In 2020, COVID hit. We all struggled through COVID. Everyone did. Anyone who says they didn't, they're not telling you the truth. And now we're facing 1383, which is a state-mandated program. You discussed earlier about the EV trucks. So Republic has just recently purchased 100 EV trucks. But the reality is, it's not our fault, it's not staff's fault, it's not your fault. This is the state of California. Who knows what they're going to come up over the course of this next contract? Who knows what we're going to have to deal with? That's the reason why that bar chart shows Republic was so underwater with their, with their costs, because there were assumptions made at the time, and they all changed, not by us, not by staff, not by the council. Some of it was Sacramento. The reality is that Republic was dinged on this contract because of their issues with the exceptions. Yes, because they are on the ground. They are currently operating. They've been operating for a long time. They lived through those issues that I just mentioned. They do have exceptions to the new contract that's being proposed because of protections against something like this occurring. The reality is you will be doing a 218. The numbers you're looking at is a 1-year number. Whether you're going to do it this year, you're going to do it next year, or the year after, anything occurs, you're going to be looking at a 218 process. And again, that's notifying the public. You guys have done it with some of your utility stuff in the past, and I think some of your landscape stuff. It's nothing to fear. So, and I know it, Joe knows it, Rich knows it. We're all going to be, you're all going to be looking at that process. The reality is that when it comes to customer service and community involvement, Republic has been there for 30 years. Whether it's Big Hat Days, I personally have sat in booths, broken down the booths, put up the booths. They've been there over the community the last 30 years. There has been problems. We've identified those in the past. They've all been corrected. Things have moved forward. We don't want to dwell on those because they've all been corrected. The reality is, starting in 2019, as part of the current contract, it requires a survey. The survey was done by AIS Market Research, which is a reputable firm here in Fresno, Clovis area, and they've had great ratings for service, over 92%, 2019, 94%, 2020, 93%, in 2021, 88.7%, 2022, 87.7%, 2023, and 94.3% in 2024. There was 0 incidents of accidents in 2024. They received an award, I believe, the employees for 2024 for not having any issues regarding service, not just in the Clovis area, but also in the Fresno area. Just to put it in perspective, the company does over 4 million lifts per year. You receive somewhere between 2,000 to 3,000 escalation complaints. Escalation complaints, as one of the council members brought up earlier, is, ooh, I forgot to bring my can out, I better call them in and say you missed it. Or it's truly missed. Or it's another issue that may occur. Out of those, there's over a 99% correction when it comes to the escalation issues. And that's all documented. They do keep record of virtually everything that occurs with the drivers. I think that what's important here is that what the company is asking for is that when it comes to some of the exceptions, it's a team effort. When these things occur, you've got to have a willingness to work together to resolve some of these issues that both the city is facing. They're going to have to spend all this money on EVs. Maybe there's a collaborative effort there. The company just bought 100 EVs. But it has to be a collaborative effort. You can't just have no as an answer because the contract says this. That's not how it moves forward. This community has approved Proposition Y, Proposition A. Those are both increases, and they approved them for the betterment of the community, both for public safety and for the schools. Prop 218 is not a scary thing. I think that they'd be willing to look at it. Again, they're looking at a rate increase. It's not our fault, it's not staff's fault, it's not your fault. We're doing this to meet what Sacramento is requiring, and who knows what they're going to require of us last year. So we're asking for the opportunity to sit down with staff, look at some of those some of those exception issues, and I think that that would reduce the cost dramatically. Thank you.
Question, Mark?
Just a quick, Mark, you made a comment about the survey is a requirement of the contract?
Current contract.
The current contract. And is that a requirement going forward in the new contract that they do the customer service? But, okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you.
Question, Scott. Section 8.3 of the contract, it may not have been 8.3, but extraordinary rate adjustments. Was that in the current contract with Republic?
Yes.
Where they can come in?
Yes.
To ask for that 6% every 3 years?
Yes.
It's pretty much the same. But they never came in.
They, at the beginning, tried to use that, but they didn't have the justification to trigger that clause, so staff held the line, and we're here 10 years later, and we're under the same contract terms without any special adjustment. They do get the annual CPI adjustment.
Mm-hmm. But that was in the current contract?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is Evan Edgar. I'm the engineer for the Edgar Associates, and I do fleet transition plans and work on franchises statewide from Sacramento to LA. I worked with Hilton, Farnkoff, and Hobson before, And they missed the boat in many other cities. So I feel the pain of staff from Dublin to Pleasanton to West Valley, Los Gatos. They have flubbed a lot of different RFPs. And they should know better, you know, with regards to a lot of change the law in Sacramento. And Mark had a good point about what's next. You know, zero waste and zero emissions. CalRecycle had a meeting last Friday. You got to go to zero waste. And some of the rates we're seeing just to go this far with 1383 statewide is about 20% average on residential and 30% on commercial. And there's going to be more coming down to get to 75%. So rates are going up. And that's why Hilton should do the public agencies a better job. On the Advanced Clean Fleet rule, they should have recognized some of the stuff coming down where to electrify the public sector MSW fleet that we talked about, it could be 17 and 20 million in CapEx by 2027. And you got to be building the station. I work with PG&E a lot trying to electrify some of the public fleets from Roseville to throughout the state, and it is 2 to 3 years delay just to electrify a station, and the money, 2 to 3 million. So it's big struggles out there. From all the moving targets I've seen and what I've seen on the MSW fleet, the privatization of the fleet is happening throughout the state. You know, I'm down in Delano tomorrow, city of Delano, and they're privatizing their MSW for this very reason. We saw that happen with Reedley, with Mid-Valley. Throughout the state, a lot of smaller haulers are being bought out by big haulers. This is a trend due to zero emissions, zero waste, 75%, all that and more is rethinking the big picture. You know, AECOM was hired tonight for $120,000 to do your fleet transition plan. I believe they can give you a nice third-party answer. They're a really good company. Big public sector. I do mostly smaller fleets like Delano. I don't do the big fleets. But Clovis has a fleet big enough. I think AECOM is a good company to give you that information. What is your CapEx? I think that will drive you to look at the RFP for everything, not just the recyclables, not just the organics, but the MSW fleet with a just transition to make your employees are taken care of with a reasonable offer from the private company that would take this bid over on an MSW fleet side. There you get the economy of scale, you get consistent service. I believe that could be a good play to consider as one of the many options that you're discussing tonight, that it's so timely to bring in the MSW fleet because of the major capital expenses you'll be facing in a couple years. Thank you.
Mr. Eric, I had a question. So with all those assumptions, are you saying that what the staff presented, based upon the assumptions, you're saying that Mid-Valley and Cagway will be pretty comparable to you and not the other way that was shown?
Well, I didn't look at all the bids, so I don't have it. What I do know is that when they were bid separately, I was here 2 weeks ago about this affidavit stuff, but how they bid separately, how there's no economy of scale. A lot of times the commercial sector subsidizes the residential sector, and they keep that residential rate down to win the bid. A lot of people do that statewide. And one thing Hilton does do is unbundle that. You just want these as standalone bids. So I didn't look into that in detail, but I believe there could be some bundling here going on with the current bid. Thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone else here to address the council? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to, okay.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Keith Hester, General Manager, Cagway Environmental. I just want to make one point of clarification on that 8.3, if I could. I was the General Manager for Republic when the China sword hit. And we came in, and I was working with Mark Scazzari at the time. And we demonstrated to staff. We showed exactly what the cumulative price was of the recyclables when we bid this. Dollar amount value. Then we showed them where is it today. Then it's simple math. It's this minus this times the number of tons we're collecting, right? That gives you a dollar amount, way more than 6%. Contract says 6%. We would live with that. That wasn't good enough for them. Part of the reasoning, as I recall, was, well, the CPI also takes into account some of this. And I know that and you said the question, we could have appealed to city council, but we were told, no, we are definitively going to tell the city council to say no. But we showed them, and then Scott said, you didn't bring back the additional information we needed. There was no more additional information. It's very simple. Here was the price. Here it is now. These are the number of tons. It's a very simple calculation. They tried to make it so convoluted that we really couldn't even go down that path. Kind of like this whole process is convoluted. And I know there are some things that we can't say from right here, but there are some very different distinguishing features between this company and the company I worked for 7 weeks and saw what was going on inside that company, and also some additional information that we could share but haven't shared. And I know that that's not something that I can do from this lectern. I can't do it. I won't put myself or the company in that position. So thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Any questions for Keith? Thank you, Keith. Anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. Joseph Kalpikoff, owner of Mid-Valley Disposal. Start by saying there was an RFP released by the city, and that RFP was the same for all three bidders. There was no difference between the one I got and the one Caglia got or the one that Republic got. We had the same timeline to answer questions. Staff provided answers to all of our questions. They extended it an extra week. And when companies get an RFP, you get one chance. You get one chance to do your best work. And there's a deadline at 3 o'clock on a Thursday, and your proposal better be done. And you better have the bound copies that's requested. You better have the financial stamped. You better have the box delivered in time. And you get one opportunity to submit a proposal. All three of us had that same opportunity. There was no difference in the process for all three companies. Our proposal, ranked by your staff and the 5-member panel, was number one. Our rates to your taxpayers is roughly $1.4 million a year less. I told you why we did it. We're vertically integrated. Only ones with a compost, recycling. I've got great staff that went out and entailed every driver for 4 weeks. We compiled data. We did times, mileage, number of carts per day, number of lifts. And Lynn, yes, you're absolutely right. We did take, in fact, their 680 homes on Sunnyside, because I drive by every day. And I walk through their neighborhoods, and I know that they don't use the green waste all the time. There's drought-tolerant landscaping. We put all that in our bid. And we were chosen as the highest value to the city of Clovis. I'm a Clovis resident. I live here. You wanted somebody local? I'm here every day. We are committed to having an office in Clovis, a yard in Clovis to drive our trucks out of. I didn't put in my proposal that I coached Little League Baseball for 14 years consecutively, right? I didn't put that in there. I didn't put in there that I sponsored the Clovis Rodeo for the last 15 years. That wasn't part of the bid. I'm in your community every day. There's a page in my proposal that lists every employee that lives in Clovis, and I want to say there's 15 plus employees that live here. You got 1.4 million reasons to vote for me today. I ask for your vote. I ask for your confidence, because we have multiple cities that rely on us every single day, and we provide probably top-notch customer service in the Valley. I think the employees at Republic do a fantastic job. I think they're great employees. Rich has a great company as well. I have nothing bad to say about him. We compete in the same circuit, same circle, year after year. Again, the process was identical for every proposer. Thank you.
Any questions? Anyone else here to speak on this item? No.
Richard Cagley, Cagley Environmental, Mayor, Council. Once again, I'm not going to repeat most of what you just heard, other than the fact that I do not live in Clovis, but the majority of our employees, especially the ones here tonight, do. I'm afraid what you've got yourself here is not what was referred to as everybody getting the same proposal. I think the proposal was potentially interpreted different, especially when it came to that email and clarification in our interview that wanted both lines of business sustainable. So our bid was sustainable. Take away the residential, give us the commercial. Give us the residential, take away the commercial. Both lines of business were sustainable and scalable, and you got a definition from staff on what that was tonight. I've heard you talk about the potential of separating this contract. I'll take the commercial, give Mid-Valley the lower bid on the residential. Your staff really didn't give you a lot of distinguishment in the staff report. They gave you a little more clarification tonight, but your staff report told you that all things being equal, the commercial is about the same. They really focused on the residential. And when it comes to the residential, you've also heard tonight that you're facing within the next likely proposed budget year after this next year, facing your electrification of your fleet, increased costs that you're not likely to take on. So essentially what you're doing here is beginning the process of a privatization process. And you're going to have one contractor that you could potentially select tonight, or you could select two, and then we both have a shot at going after your business, the rest of it, because you're probably not going to take on the burden of the millions of dollars it's going to take to improve your fleet for electrification, because that only applies to you as a city. It does not apply to us. And I really think somebody might bet on the come that within the next couple of years, guess what? They're going to be in a prime position to take that on, because I've plugged Mid-Valley's numbers into my model, and we bid on the same model. And on the residential side, it was upside down. Literally upside down. So I would ask that you go down the path of splitting the contracts tonight. Your staff has indicated that they can be done. It's not a huge project. It's an opportunity for you to have two contractors in your city. Two's better than one. And I've heard the word cheap a lot tonight. Cheap is cheap. Cheap's not customer service. Cheap's not being part of your community. Coming in and splashing a few things here and there. Cheap is cheap. I don't like that word. Less expensive, more economical. I like those words. Customer service. I like that word. So that's what I would ask you for tonight, is to take a look at that. There are some minor adjustments that we would have to work on. Scott, we've talked. That's a possibility. Those are the incendiary things, the compost, the events. We'll do it together. We've been doing it, and we can do it together. So I would ask that be the path that you take tonight. So I ask for your vote on that. And I think that's reasonable. I think it's fair. And it'll take a little bit more time, but we'll get the job done. Just bring us to the table. Thank you.
Rich, just a question, Rich. Are you able to meet Mid-Valley's price level on the commercial side if it was split?
In other words, you want me to bid down 6% on the recycle percentage, which is what the difference is. They bid 54%, we bid 60%. I don't know. I don't think I'm willing to necessarily engage in betting on the recycle markets, because you heard from Republic Services tonight that that's what got them into trouble 10 years ago. So could I sharpen my pencil? You got a damn good bid, and you're going to get a damn good service. So I don't really want to play the markets like that. You asked me for something sustainable. I gave it to you. So I'm not going to get into the negotiating from the dais, because I don't think that's very smart either. I've seen that done before too, and that gets pretty dirty pretty quick. So my bid's my bid. My bid's my bid, and I don't want to play the recycling market because that's how your previous contractor got into trouble.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion, bring it back to the council. Any more questions, or what's the pleasure of the? Where are we at?
The problem when you put stuff to RFP, we get 3 closed bids. Everybody's supposed to sharpen their pencils, give us their best bid. Staff has given us their estimation of the bids and who should get it. I guess for us, we have to make a decision whether we kick this back and say we want to hear about splitting, or we accept the RFP for what we put out and we move on. I mean, the struggle here is this is a 10-year bid. I have to tell you, I'm struggling a little bit because that's why we have an RFP process. That's why it's closed. And when you give your best bid, then we have to make a decision. Is that bid, is it scalable? Can they sustain the bid? I think that all of them could. But there was one lower one. I'm interested in other people's opinions here.
She's gathering more thoughts. Well, I guess my opinion is I'm okay with the residential side, but I do like the idea of the split contracts. You know, I have said that before. When you get into, I know the way this was done. I know we don't want to make staff have to do extra work and stuff on this, but my thought would be, that's why I was asking if we could award one part of it and not the second part necessarily, and figure that part out too. So I think there is something to be said for all 3 companies. I mean, the community involvement is huge to me. The amount of impact that Mid-Valley does, Caglia does, Republic does, I think is a big deal. And the service levels that come from all that is a big deal. I think it's one of the more important things of all this is, you know, what are the customer service ratings? And I think that all 3 represent really well when it comes to that. I guess that's my thought, would be to, you know, split it up or at least have that process of splitting this contract and seeing, you know, like I said, if we could award just the residential side tonight, I have no problem with that. I just think the commercial side would be better chose for everybody to have a shot at that, but I don't know what everybody else thinks.
Go ahead, Diane.
I kind of agree with what Drew was saying in terms of we've already had this process. We did see both residential and commercial, and the recommendation of staff happened to be a proposer who had the lower rates. So I guess I'm still just wondering what ultimately for the ratepayer, for the community, would truly be gained by either going back or moving forward but splitting them. I haven't heard anything that's made me feel like that is of value.
All right, Lynn.
Well, I still am where I started. I can't even put words in how disappointed I am how we are here. This is, again, 8 o'clock. Sorry, Chief, I won't hear you tonight either. I don't quite get how, and I looked at our leadership, how we got in this, I do not know. Now, that's being said, here we are. So I am not comfortable in moving forward on any of the proposals tonight. I think we are not bidding a city to 185,000 people. I just don't think that's what we've got in front of you. And I think Mark made the point, $5 million is today. Tomorrow, next year, it could be $7 million, and we'll be doing a 218. None of that, I just don't think we're measuring things. I think Clovis taxpayers expect us to invest in the best, deliver the best, and as Clovis Unified says, we don't do cheap. Sorry. Dr. Buchanan said we don't have very much money, we got to build well, and that's what I think our job is. I think having two contracts makes sense in a city that's this size, but we never talked about that 6 months ago, so we have this. I am not willing to move forward on a contract for 10 years today with all these questions, and I'm embarrassed for this consultant who's never shown up, to Drew's original point. Like, what did we bid? So I just think we've made a mistake. So I don't see either one. I do want to say one thing to the Republic family. And tell me your name again, Ashley. I am super impressed with you and all of these drivers. One of you probably sees me in the morning. I look like a homeless woman. Don't judge. But I got to tell you, you guys have come every time, and that I'm so impressed. And my driver is a woman, so I'm looking at the women drivers because I don't know who you are, and you don't laugh at me. Sorry, don't judge. No, it's not him. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, I just want to tell you that means a lot. I am super impressed, and I'm impressed with you, Ashley, the way you've responded. And you all are in a circumstance where your price is hardly competitive. I mean, there's just really nothing to get from 5 to 8 million. That is just super hard, and it's not your fault. So I just want to say to you particularly, thank you for standing up for your company and for what you believe in. It's super impressive. So however this turns out, good job. And whoever gets this contract, if it's not you, I would encourage these other two to take a peek at your staff, because I'm super impressed. So thanks for that. So I'm a no on the action tonight. I'm beyond words about, I just don't think this is the right way to go forward for Clovis. That's me.
Thank you for asking for the other two responses. I was able to take a look at them to compare. And because they are not that different, it gives me very little room of the evidence provided to me to go, our staff messed up. I believe the RFP is the RFP. I think we have no, I don't know when, if we start using that as a reason for deciding we need to start at the beginning of the year, looking at the entire year of contracts and going, that one will be involved with, that one will be involved with, that one, because you're the experts. We don't know what to look at. We don't know what is best, and I trust in the categories and what you've brought forward. You've done the work. I read the contract that we were going to propose. It's covered us very well. I've asked Mid-Valley, are you, there's that exception clause, of course, but without the exception, are you coming back to raise fees on 130,000 residents? No. Okay, you're good with being 6% less than your competitor. I said, well, I have to look out for our residents for the time being. There's enough items for us to show that you are in default that we can cancel the contract if and when it happens. And so if you aren't doing what the contract says, I think we have pretty diligent staff. Not only that, we have very diligent residents who will call and say, hey, they're doing this, they're doing that, and we're going to know about it, we're going to hear about it. And so because of that, I can't grasp anything concrete presented to us that I can say, scrap it all, let's start over, let's divide the contract. If service is the same, it has to be price. They're not saying, sorry to Republic, other than the surveys, right? They're not really saying there's any difference between the three of you. And so because of that, it has to be the price. And I agree with the staff on that. And I have not been presented with anything else that says, these other items are much more important and should be given more weight. And so we have to be able to trust the process, rely on the process. And like I said a couple times now, everyone had a chance to give us your best shot. And if you put it down, I would have read it, and I would have said, okay, there it is. There's the one that our staff did not do a good job of judging. They did not do a good job of looking at that response there, and I did not find any. So I'm probably the most comfortable moving forward, but I need a motion from either way.
I just want to throw this in. I remember having a conversation with somebody from one of the proposals, probably 6 months ago, and when they reached out to me, they said, I would love to talk to you about this, but we've been barred from having conversations with you, which is, I think, proper, because you don't want to, you're not negotiating in good faith, we're undercutting the staff, and it would have been nice to have the ability in the beginning of the process to say, please explore bifurcating the contracts. You can bid on both, bid on one. I'm in agreement with Matt. This is to me, it's a 10-year contract. I'm okay taking another 2 months to come up with the right answer. And if Mid-Valley's still the lowest, they're still the lowest. Bidding on both. If somebody else, and that's the problem, is once you show your numbers, you're kind of losing advantage here. And so I don't know. I'm open to sending it back to split, but Mayor, you have an excellent point. RFP is the RFP.
I'll make a motion. Are you want to make that motion, or are you just talking about it?
No, I'm talking.
I'm the one who talks up here and says really nothing. I'll make a motion that we hold off on approving this, that we take it back and we check out the numbers of the leading two candidates, Republic, to separate out commercial from residential. Is that not right? Oh. We want all three in this deal?
The issue being, and I don't want to speak for Republic, but the commercial's price for service are bounded to the 60%. So Republic and Caglia's are equal, so to speak, on the commercial only.
What will I do now?
Just include all three then.
Well, except we know how it's going to turn out. We already know the answer to the question. If Republic and Caglia is the same and Mid-Valley is lower, I don't know a way out. City Manager, you're in charge here. What do you say?
The sense I'm getting is that council would like to see proposals split out for both services. We should go back and do an RFP for both services individually and bring those back to council.
Do you have a
motion? That would be the cleanest path.
I'll make that motion.
What
you just said. I make a motion that we take a moment, we start over again and separate out commercial from residential. We see and then we do that process. Three can compete. Maybe there's someone else that wants to weigh in. I don't know the legalities of that. And we're very clear about the criteria and the scoring, and we get what we get, and we don't use the consultant that we used before. That's my motion.
And I'm going to second that, but with the caveat that we need to understand that when we get the residential numbers, they could be higher, because there was the economy of scale. So we're taking a chance of not being the best stewards of the city's money, but we are talking about a 10-year contract.
I think doing our best job is being the best steward. We'll see how the numbers turn out at this point. So that's my motion.
We have a motion and a second. Okay. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
No.
Okay, the motion passes 3-2. And Scott, staff, are you guys clear?
Okay, so the motion's already passed. Is the direction for staff to go back, create separate RFPs, one for the residential and one for the commercial, and conduct the same process without the consultant, HF&H. And I would say HF&H, I excluded out of the process, the post-processing, because there was a potential conflict of interest. That's why they're not here. That's why they're not participating in any of the scoring. That was intentional by staff.
What does that mean?
That they have worked with Mid-Valley in prior, not worked with, they've
Oh, boy. So, Scott, can you direct staff with Andy on what the action actually is? I mean, I think we made a motion, and whatever the process is, if it's 2 brand-new RFPs, if you take what you have and divide it up, I don't know. I don't want to spend one more second talking about this, because we are looking not super smart here, is my general thought. So can you guys clarify what it is? What would you say as our attorney?
I think I'm pretty clear on what it is. You want 2 separate RFPs. That doesn't mean we're going to necessarily recommend, or staff is going to recommend, or the council would award to 2 separate contractors. You may award to the same contractor for both contracts. You just want to see 2 separate proposals. So there'll be 2 separate RFPs issued, 2 separate recommendations brought forward to the council at some point. No difference in the evaluation process. Council is not going to be involved in evaluating the proposals.
No.
We're going to have the same process that we use for every other RFP. Staff is going to evaluate the RFPs. Staff is going to make a recommendation. They're going to interview the proposers, and they're going to make a recommendation based on whatever the metrics are in the RFP, so to speak.
Perfect.
Clear? Scott? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 6.
Mayor, if I could, I'm sorry. I should add one additional thing. Given that timeline, we will need to negotiate with Republic. And so staff will be negotiating with Republic on an extension. It could be 6 months, could be a year, could be whatever. I mean, it's going to be subject to negotiation with Republic, because the city does not have the mechanism in the current agreement to force them to go for an extended period of time or a limited period of time, whatever it is. So we'll need to negotiate with them, and we'll act as quickly as we can on the RFP. But it's likely that we're going to have to extend beyond the July 31 date.
Yeah, that's understood. Okay. Thank you, Scott. All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming this evening on that item. We're going to move now to item 6, which is a receive and file, and this is a police department update. Would we like a break? Okay, Chief, as you're getting, we're going to take a 5-minute break, okay?
And for your 5-minute PowerPoint.
8 minutes. We'll convene at 8:15. Call this meeting back to order. Thank you. We need a little break. So now we can sit back and listen to our chief with his police department update with Chief Kurt Fleming. Go ahead, Chief.
Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to set the table a little bit before these presentations. So I would like council and the community to really look at this as to kick off to our 25-26 budget process. Each department is going to be presenting on their successes, challenges, needs, and touch on how Measure Y can help them. I'm encouraging the council and community to engage on these sessions. We'll be going through the police department and maybe the fire department tonight. There is on the agenda to add a special meeting for next Monday night that the other departments are scheduled to go. We've done a dry run. We think we can do it in 2 or 3 hours and get that through on our special meeting.
Go home now, or are we gonna make them stay for an hour and then we're gonna decide?
That is council's prerogative. Stay.
I tried to get you out of here. It's his fault. I did my best.
They want to hear the police department.
Yeah. So as far as the budget plan goes, in March, the 5-year forecast will come to council for review. I'm going to be including all the department requests that you'll hear in that forecast, so you can see the financial impact of their requests.
Are you also including Measure Y revenue?
Yes. Yeah, we'll be providing a forecast showing without Measure Y, as if Measure Y didn't happen, a forecast with all department requests, and then a forecast with staff recommendation on where we think we should be at. We'll be asking for council to give us direction on March 17th on budget development, give us some thoughts on how the forecast looked, give us priorities, and we'll be going back and working on that, and then touching in with you on April 21st with how that is looking and ask for any further feedback. We'll be then holding budget hearings May 19th. That's when it'll be introduced and departments will present what is included. June 2nd will be a feedback section from council, and then we'll bring back the final budget for adoption June 9th or 16th, depending on how much time we need to get the final position. In addition, we'll be bringing back an item to set up a Measure Y Oversight Committee in early March, so that's coming back to you as well. With that, I'll turn it over to the chief and carry on. Oh, one thing I did want to call out, that us as department heads have been going through the vision that was adopted by council this last year. It's Clovis' home. It's more than a city. I won't read it for the sake of time, but it's something that we are focused on and aspiring to in each of our departments, and you hear about that. And then our mission statement that we take seriously as department heads and as staff is to set the standard for excellence in defining, delivering, and protecting local governance. We have all these community values. Each department takes these seriously. They are worked into many of our visions and many of the things that we are working on. I just wanted to highlight them. Do the right thing, our heritage, history, and traditions, being the safest city in the valley, strong neighborhoods, engaged residents, and planned growth, education, innovation, and collaboration to support a vibrant economy, stewardship, sustainability, and good governance, being the healthiest community in the valley, and being the employer of choice in the valley. With that, I will turn it over to the chief. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Moana-Tua, members of City Council, thank you for allowing me to come and address the council tonight and give an update on the police department. Before I start, though, I was hoping Mr. Trevino would still be here so I could just say we're not going down that road again. Chickens, we're not doing it. George Rodriguez would not allow it, so anyways, that's my comment. So, so a little bit tonight, just want to give you an overview, kind of briefly go through our goals, mission statement. You guys have seen it many times, so I won't waste too much time on that. History of how we got to where we're at today, some of our recent successes over the last 3 years within the police department, concerns for the community, which kind of led into the development of the 5-year plan, and then I'll get into the details year by year, what we're recommending to do over the next 5 years with the funding from Measure Y. So starting out here with our mission statement. So to provide superior protection service in a manner that builds public confidence and improves the quality of life in our community. We always strive to be the best. I would say the only thing that we're not really meeting in our mission right now would be improve the quality of life. I think that's been slipping in the last 10 to 15 years. I think we do every effort to still meet that goal. But I think with what I present tonight and the additional staff and some of the positions that we're bringing back, we'll achieve that goal fully here in the next 5 years. Each year, we come up with our goals for the department. This is last year's because we have a corporal's workshop next week, and I want some final input before we put out 2025s. I thought it would be a disservice to put that out tonight without their input. So just for last year, our three biggest goals, safest city in the valley, be responsive to our citizens when they call us, and then to make sure we're doing a good job in getting their satisfaction at 90% or higher. And this last year, we hit 91%. It's a little hard to see, but on the left side is enforcement priorities that are set by our staff and also some feedback from the public. And then on the right-hand side is our department kind of internal goals. And so for last year, I'm going to look down here because it's hard for me to read as well. Two of the ones that were listed on there, mental health program and then domestic violence program. So I'll kind of talk about the mental health throughout the presentation, but domestic violence program, we ended up adding an advocate and strengthening our partnership with Marjorie Mason just due to probably the last 3 to 4 years we've had several homicides and all been domestic violence related. So trying to impact that was part of that, and I think we've made some strides toward that. So for the history, to how we got to where we're at, kind of goes back to I became chief in August of 2019, and prior to that, Chief Baskell, and prior to that, Chief Davis. Everybody was really fighting hard to try to grow our staffing in the police department. So when I took over, a few months later, I'm still trying to get my feet planted, and COVID hits. And I had 9 vacancies at the time, and the city manager then, Luke Serpis, said, I'm taking those 9 vacancies because we don't know what's going to happen for our budget. So we went to 100. I was already concerned because our staffing level is extremely low. And so this kind of demonstrates going back to 2005. At the time, we were at 101 per capita, 1.17. And 2021, we're at 105 with a per capita of 0.85 per thousand in population because the population had grown so much. The prior staffing study that I've already talked about, Chief Zulum did back in 2005, was recommending 1.3, and that was a 30-30 split, which they called it as 30 minutes of proactive time and 30 minutes of reactive time to calls for service. Back in 2005, that same study that Chief Zulum did recommended a civilian staff of 0.63 or 33% of the department, and in 21 we were at 0.5, and that's a lot of that is too, over the last 15 years, we really civilianized a lot of our positions to allow our patrol officers or sworn officers to get in the field and respond to calls. In that 15-year period of time, our dispatchers grew from 18 to 19, and when our population expanded by about 42%. So I asked at the time, this was during the budget of 2021, I asked for a staffing study to be completed similar to what was done 15 years prior. And so that was completed, and then I presented to council in November of 21 a department update. And so the next 2 slides are just slides from that presentation. This is just to refresh your memory. I don't want to go back and rehash too much. So this is just showing prior to the recession, we were kind of climbing under Chief Zulum. Recession hit, we dropped down, kind of stayed along with the population growth, and then we really dipped down and fallen below that. A lot of that was due to cuts. A lot of what we did to kind of keep our patrol activities afloat and respond to calls was cutting out every program that we had, youth program, specialty units, task force units, and everything was just really thrown towards patrol. So in the last 3 years, though, since that presentation, obviously we had the CAC that was done. Council kind of gave some direction to we need to try to provide additional resources to the police department as possible. We got about 15 positions over the last 3 to 4 years. That's with some of those COVID positions, obviously being back funded. And we're currently at 125, with 5 of those being funded through an organized retail theft grant that we obtained in conjunction with the Fresno Police Department and the DA's office. So what have we done with these 20 positions over the last 3 years? Chief, what are we doing to make an impact on the department and the city with these resources, especially if we're asking for more? So I just wanted to give you kind of a 3-year look back of what we've done and kind of the successes we've had. We brought back our weekend swing shift, which is kind of our middle of the day shift on the weekends. So that's typically would have been a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It was a 12-hour shift. We did something different and did it at a 4-10. So we had it as a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Overlapped our 12-hour shifts on the weekend, but also brought some overlap on Thursday to allow for additional training for the department, and then also allowed for a heavy presence on Thursday to allow our officers to do a lot of proactive details. The organized retail theft grant we had this last year, which gave us 6 total positions, 5 of those sworn, and then 1 as a real-time analyst that we assigned to start our real-time information center. And then we pulled 1 officer from patrol and dedicated that officer to our mental health liaison position. And the reason behind that is over the last 3 years, being 22 to 25 or 24, we saw a year-over-year increase in 5150 or mental health calls for service. There's a lot of talk of should officers be responding to these calls. So we really wanted to try to make an impact to stop going out to the same addresses 20 to 30 times. Try to deal with these people when they weren't in crisis and try to get them the help they needed so our officers weren't out there and putting themselves in a situation where they might have to use some type of force. So,
Chief,
yes, sir.
Is the liaison a sworn officer, or are they sort of like a mental health worker, social worker?
So this officer that got selected for this position is an officer.
Okay.
She dresses down out of uniform. She actually has a degree in marriage and family therapy.
Okay.
So she has a degree in counseling. And so she was really the right person for this position. So I'll get to that in the next couple slides and kind of talk about that.
Can I ask you, do you still have the counties, do we still have a county clinician as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thanks.
So for the shift 5, kind of what that did, we really just got to implement that this last end of 24 for the last 6 months of the year. So we took and looked at the last 6 months of 23 to do a comparison for the same time of year. So that shift 5, this chart is out of Tim Friesmeyer, the person who did the staffing study in 21. This chart is out of that. And he looked at our shifts back then and looked for shift efficiency, if you recall back in 21. Our current schedule that he looked at showed an efficiency of 65.9%, which is not amazing, but you're never going to get to 100 just with the shift overlap and the way shift work works. But the green line is our staffing when they're here. The black line is our call volume or workload, I guess would be a better word. So you can see when they jump, that's when shifts are coming on and shifts are going off and there's an overlap. But as the middle part of that curve is the swing shift hours, we really were understaffed during those times. And so the call volume was exceeding the staff on the streets. We're becoming more reactive and less proactive. So we chose to bring back shift 5, and what you see just in that 6 months period of time for last year, we had an increase in 23.22% in proactivity just by bringing that shift back. So that proactivity, when I say that, that's traffic stops, that's officers freely driving around and being visible, trying to prevent crime, doing probation and parole searches, doing all the things that we want to do to prevent crime and not just respond to calls. So that was successful. We're going to continue that. The officers at first don't like change, and we're not too excited about having to work Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and having Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off. But the officers that have been working that shift really enjoy it, and it's been successful. So for the organized retail theft grant, these are stats. So this is conjunction with Fresno PD and the DA's office. These stats are strictly for Clovis Police Department. For 2024. So we had 647 arrests related to organized retail theft. I'm going to have to look again. I think it's 75%. It's hard to see. Yeah, just for Clovis. So 76% of those are misdemeanor arrests, where we're typically typically citing somebody out and releasing them. I would argue that with the passage of Prop 36, a lot of these are going to become felonies now. You'll see the felonies increase, but you'll probably see the total numbers decrease because people are going to realize that they're going to actually take a more serious charge and probably think differently about committing crime or committing crime in our city. The numbers to the right are just total numbers of property that was stolen out of our retail stores. About $400,000 was stolen, and about $154,000 was what we recovered during these 647 arrests. So that's just last year. So I think it's been pretty successful getting awarded that grant and getting the 5 additional officers to work on this. So for the mental health liaison position, like I said before, the year over year from 21 to 23, we saw combined those 3 years about a 20% increase in our mental health calls for service. And so we said we need to do something to try to address this. One of our officers came to us and kind of pitched a plan. And so we went ahead and decided to give it a try for 24. So that officer worked this position for the entire, for 2024. And in just 1 year's time, we reduced the numbers by 20% just with her being out there. She was also selected as our Officer of the Year this year. I think because the officers truly appreciate the work she's doing and reducing them having to go out and put themselves in these situations. So this is likely a position, I don't have it in the 5-year forecast right now, but this is something we're going to reevaluate every 6 months, kind of our plan going forward, and we might add a second position to this mental health liaison because of the success it's had to this point.
Can I just add a quick comment? I just think from a community perspective, 20% reduction in those calls is a 20% reduction on the impact on Clovis community ED. I can say that you don't work there. I mean, I don't work there anymore. But I mean, I think it's the system-wide, the community benefits as a whole. They might not call you and say, hey, thanks, thank you for that, but they would feel the impact of those 5150 calls in our ED. So anyway, that's a super good community win just from having this officer on top of the benefit to the city, but to our hospital as well. So good job on that.
Thank you. I won't take the credit because she came up with the idea. I supported it, so it worked out. So next slide is...
Question on
yes,
that one again. Yeah. So why is it reducing, or how is it reducing? Is it just people aren't calling as much? It can be a reduction as well, or we are actually helping and giving them mental health services after we respond because we're taking them to whatever, giving them care? Is it a combination of both? What is it?
Yeah, I think there'd be some value, honestly, for her to come in and kind of talk about this program, what we've done, and a presentation to council, because she is very meticulous as far as the contacts she's doing. She's going through and pulling all calls for service. Officers are emailing her with, hey, this is a location that I think you should follow up on. So she's keeping meticulous notes. She's working with family members. A lot of times the person in crisis is not, too super receptive to getting help. So a lot of times working with the families, giving them resources, giving them advice, working with a number of nonprofits throughout the county and getting them the resources they need. So that alone is just reducing our officers having to respond. And typically they're calling her when something's going on. She's having them come into the police department, meeting with them, and really working with the families to help solve the problems.
And this is minors all the way to adults, right?
Everybody, yes.
Everybody, okay.
So for this, you saw this, I think it was 3 weeks ago, when Andy was kind of laying out the groundwork that we were going to go in. And so we had these positions that we were looking to add for this remaining part of this fiscal year. And so I already kind of talked about these, but I just wanted to, we're going to bring these back on consent either next week or the week after, I think it is. So I just wanted to make sure council was good with it by the end when we open up for discussion. But we're looking at for this fiscal year, 3 additional sworn officer positions, animal service officer, community service officer, and a record staff. I kind of explained all 3 and what the reasoning was behind that. The 3 officers will allow us to continue to hire. We have 5 in the police academy right now that started in January. We have several laterals in the process, and we're looking by July 1 with those graduating in June to be fully staffed at 128 sworn, and then whatever is allocated moving forward, we'll continue on with the hiring process. And then some conversions with the lead community service officers, which I kind of explained a few weeks ago, so I won't go into too much detail on that. So as far as that plan, so as I go through the, yes, sir.
With that 128, so that means June we will be 1-for-1, 128,000, one officer?
You're already ahead of the game, yes, sir.
We are, okay.
Yeah. So just looking at this, hopefully this chart makes sense to you, but when I do the 5-year plan, I'm going to have this chart up and kind of talk about each year where we're going to put the positions. So we're at a point now, once we brought back Shift 5, patrol is pretty much, we have an 8-beat system. We're not quite to the 9th beat because Shepherd hasn't really completely built out. We're having Tim Friesmeyer, who did the staffing study, right now doing a beat realignment allocation, kind of trying to make all the beats align and be equitable as far as the workload. Once we get that back, we'll look at if we need to go to 9 beats or 8. So right now with 8 and bringing back Shift 5, we're pretty much where we need to be. So every officer that we hire now, once they're trained up, released in training and released, we're going to then take a body from patrol and start plugging them into a lot of these positions that we have vacated over the last 15 years. So for those first 3 that I'm asking in the budget allocation, they're obviously be plugged in animal services, community service officer and patrol, and then 1 to records. But the next 2 that get released from patrol, new trainees, we'll take some more veteran officers and then open that up and put 2 more in investigations. We'll put 1 into SET, which is our special enforcement team. That used to be a narcotics and gang team that got combined into 1. Our traffic, which is one of the top priorities for the community, will start to grow, so we'll grow that to 1 up to 4. And then our background investigations, we really have never had this until probably in the last, I think, year and a half, 2 years, taking some officers and plug them in to be full-time background investigators. So we're going to have 3 full-time background investigators in conjunction with our contract background investigators, and that'll allow us to continue to hire cadets and keep up with the number of officers we want to hire and professional staff, which is upwards of, I think it's 55 at the end, we'll get to that. But over the next, with retirements, to be able to hire 10, 15 to 18 people a year, we're going to need all these background investigators constantly going and hiring people. So that's the reasoning for that. So for facility needs, as we bring on all this additional staff, once I get into the 5-year plan, we're going to need to start redesigning a lot of our space right now because we've already overgrown it. A lot of these things up here are things that have been on the to-do punch list, I guess you would say, that just have not gotten done because our general services facility maintenance team is at their max. They've become not just a maintenance team, which I think we already have, I think Amy will get into it, almost 500,000 square feet of office space or space that they maintain throughout the city. But we're also asking them to take on projects and do construction things to help us be able to better live in the space that we have. And they just can't do it. So a lot of these things are just on hold. So when Amy comes up and does her presentation on Monday, she's going to talk about asking to expand a separate team of not facility maintenance, but a projects team to do construction. I just want to say I fully support that. It will help us. It will help every other department within the city, and it's going to set us up for the future. Because if we had all the staff, but we really have nowhere to put them or no office space to do their work, we're not being real efficient. So I just wanted to give that plug for her. I'm not going to go into each of these items, but we have a number of things that we need to address moving forward. All right, so let's get into the 5-year plan. So this, based on the Measure Y funding, we developed a 5-year plan. We looked at the staffing study that was done in 2021 and what was recommended there. We looked at our department needs, community surveys, not only done that. So certain calls come out, you get a text message and it asks you, hey, how did the officers do on that call? And that's how we get that 90% or better rating. So we look at those comments on there and what does our communities think we need to improve on. We also took all the data that we collected over the last year in preparation for Measure Y to see if it was something that the community wanted and we got a lot of feedback on things that the community felt that we needed to do. So a lot of that was put into this plan. Crime trends, those change. So this plan, again, will change. We're going to reevaluate it constantly. Overall health of the city, it's not just a police department thing. It's a fire department, general services, parks, recs, senior services. It's everything. And if you drive down the street and the center median, all the trees are dying, it looks like it doesn't look great. It just compounds and becomes more difficult, makes our job more difficult. And then obviously at the end of tonight, when I open it up, I'm really looking, we're looking for council direction. Do you think this is the right direction? Do you guys see something different that we should be looking at? And so that's kind of the feedback I'm looking for tonight.
Can I ask just a
Sure.
fundamental question, and maybe it's for Andy? So, is every department going to have their Measure Y list that will exceed the revenue for Measure Y? Or do we have an estimate of revenue and each department is going to make requests that add up to that amount? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I've requested that each department come up with their list for Measure Y, regardless of the amount, so that we understand the full need, and then we just need to start making choices as a community to prioritize. And
Since the list will far exceed the revenue, Measure Y, that's how this works. Like your Christmas list is always longer than what says it delivers. Do we have any general framework that we think it's all going to go to public safety, 60%? Has there been any of that conversation? I don't think we've had it here. Have you had it as a staff, or are we going to get there, or?
Yeah, so we as a department head team and our collective staff have come up with kind of a framework that we're working to build a forecast that's sustainable with Measure Y, and we'll be bringing that back to council. One showing if Measure Y never happened, one showing every request for Measure Y or just expenditures, and then one showing this is what we think is sustainable and meets our community's priorities. So we kind of want to paint that whole entire picture and then get feedback from council, and we think that should be a priority that wasn't included based on these presentations.
And I will tell you, I think we kind of went through all the presentations. Each of the department heads have kind of heard everybody else present. I think everybody's truly asking for what they need and not trying to exceed that, looking out overall for what's the best outcome for the city. You'll find that ours is very consistent with what I asked back in 2001, and that has not exceeded that. And kind of where the end goal is pretty close to what we talked about in 2001. So just a couple more things on how we developed our 5-year plan. It was not in a vacuum in my office, me just sitting there coming up with some stuff on a piece of paper. We asked all of our supervisors to reach out to all the staff and find out what the needs were in whatever areas they worked in, and then what their wants were for future things that maybe we weren't thinking about. We met with all the supervisors. This is professional staff supervisors, sworn, and then kind of found out what those needs and wants were, discussed them, kind of beat them up, and then we took those back as command staff and kind of looked them over on a 2-day retreat that we had and kind of analyzed them and decided what we thought was collectively the best moving forward, and that's kind of what this plan is here that I'll present. And the last thing that we took into account was, again, those surveys that we took over the last year in preparation for Measure Y. These were the copies with the chiefs and talking to the citizens, the things that they filled out that you can go on and look at on the website. I forget the name of it. Andy, you'd have to help me with that.
Go to City of Clovis, Measure Y, and there's survey results on there.
So these survey results, I kind of picked out the ones that were specific to public safety. So traffic safety was a big concern, code enforcement, homelessness, safety staffing, both for fire and police, obviously crime, our youth programs, and response times. And a lot of these were very much in line with the feedback that we got on our app that we send out when people fill out the surveys for us. We're primarily traffic safety, code enforcement, and homelessness is like the top for all the responses over the last 2 years. So for year one of our 5-year plan. Let me get to that page here. I can't see it. So I kind of talked about this 3 weeks ago. Is a lot of it we're going to try to front load professional staff, but to this point, with the 3 that you're potentially adding this year, if we do that budget amendment, then we're going to add 4 additional this first year, all to professional staff. So that'll be 7 over the next year. And then the rest, again, as we get new people that are trained and released in patrol, we're going to start plugging them in as the sworn staff on this bottom section here. So we're going to put 1 back into youth services. We haven't had anybody in youth services as a sworn police officer in probably 18 years. I would defer to both of you. So I think it's been, I kind of in my head came up with about 18 years. And back then, I think prior to that, we had at one point 2 officers, a sergeant, I think, and a captain that oversaw youth services. What's that? Oh, you. So we're looking to get 1 back to take on missing persons, truancy with the schools. They already work very closely in youth services with our police probation team, our PPT program. CUSD officers refer a lot of kids from the school district into that program. My goal is, once we get this officer in place, is to make another attempt with the superintendent to try to get one of their officers assigned into youth services. I think it would be a great partnership. It would make a lot more sense. Before we were trying to get somebody into investigation, but I think this relationship makes a lot more sense. So we're gonna try that again. So then 1 more in the investigation, 1 in the SET, 1 in the traffic, growing that to 5, and then we're going to create a homeless liaison team. So traffic's expanding. That's one of our community concerns. We've gotten now 3 into our community service officer position in hopes of the next year making a code enforcement team. So we're slowly building to address these community concerns. So the homeless liaison position will be 2 officers. They'll be solely dedicated to going out and interacting with our homeless population, trying to get them the resources they need, and to either get them off the streets and into housing situation, or get them the resources through whatever they can do to try to rectify them being out on the freeways or in our communities in tents and sleeping. It's not the right situation. So we're doing a good job right now on a patrol level in addressing a lot of this, but if you're not out there day in and day out, it is impossible you have to be out there repeatedly. And as soon as we get tied up for a week and then you go back and then the encampment's completely grown, we're having to call out public utilities to come help us clean it up. So it'll be a lot more efficient having 2 officers dedicated to that. And then getting somebody back on the 4th team, which is the fentanyl overdose response team. It's a task force with the DEA, Fresno PD. And we had an officer in that position for a couple of years, very effective. We have a lot of fentanyl overdoses, especially some of our youth that is affected. So it's something we want to get somebody back into as soon as possible. So each slide for each year, I'll have a follow-up slide of capital needs. So I'll go through it one time, and then I'm going to breeze through it on the next ones and not spend a lot of time. So right now, we're kind of allocated 15 vehicles a year for the police department as replacement as our fleet ages. So we just took the 15 and added on whatever positions we're adding that actually need a vehicle. So police officer, an animal control officer, community service officer, all those positions, and added vehicles on top of it. So this one for this first year would be 9 additional vehicles on top of what we normally need. And then the motorcycle, that'll come out of our impound count, which we typically pay that out of. One-time expenses would be safety equipment, buying all the gear for the officers, the radios and all that kind of stuff. So that's just a one-time cost. And then facilities, I'll kind of go through as we go through each year, things that I think we should start addressing that are going to become super important pretty quick. We're already working on our all-dispatch site out near Station 6. The property's been purchased. It's in design right now. Hopefully by the end of the year, it'll go out to a bid. and maybe start construction next year is the hope. Renee said she would have it done before I retired, so I'm gonna hold her to that. So I might be here longer than I thought. And then the next thing we're looking to start, and I know this is a huge project, so it's not something that's going to happen right away, but start designing a replacement facility for 908, the animal services or care site out there, picking a spot where it's going to go, building the plans out, designing it, and having a shelf-ready project, and then really at council's direction when you think we're at a point where we need to build this, is biting that off and going after it. It's going to be really expensive, but we're in a building. I'll show you a couple slides that are coming up that I showed you before. That's probably was built in the 1950s. It is not sustainable. We're just dumping money into it to maintain it right now, and it's not fiscally responsible to keep doing that.
You're talking about the one at Litterman Park.
Correct.
Chief or Andy, will there be dollars attached to these, or is it later in your slide? So that way we kind of can see, you know, okay, this might be multi-year, this is just a one-time, so that way we kind of know. Or are you asking the departments to do that in this part of it, at least?
There are a couple of things on capital. One, it will be included in the 5-year forecast. At the same time, we are going through a process right now to have a complete facility assessment done of all city facilities, and that'll include potential costs for things that need to be done. That won't be necessarily complete, but we are anticipating needing capital funds as part of Measure Y for these.
But for these, yeah, for all the Measure Y, I would like to see dollars. So even if it's 4 professionals, 7 so on, what does that mean? You know, 3 million, 2 million, 1 million, whatever. And so it helps me see, okay, there's 30, I'm starting to subtract where we're at, and see, that way also, if it goes over 30, we can then start to prioritize.
Yeah, we can give that detail, especially as part of the 5-year.
And I can tell you just because I know you like to keep track rough numbers, an officer with roll-ups is about $230,000. And then our professional staff, which is animal control, a public safety dispatcher, CSO, is about $125,000 with roll-ups.
Chief, a real quick question on the Pet Adoption Center. Since George's passing, is there still fundraising and that kind of stuff that's occurring to try and raise funds for the Pet Adoption Center?
We're still doing that. The nonprofits have some funds available. I think you're talking about for Miss Winkle's site. Yeah, there's funds in there, and they're still doing fundraising. But off the top of my head, I don't know how much is in there. If you're asking that, no.
No, I just was curious if that was still going on, because I know the goal has always been to finish that back room of the Miss Winkle's that's been sitting there for, you know,
and that's
15 years since it was open. So
you're reading my mind here. So the other thing is for the unfinished space in the Pet Adoption Center. So I showed these 2 photos. I think it was last year in our department update or the year before, and of course we picked the most sad dog as we could for you guys. But on the right hand side is you know the main facility where we bring in a lot of the dogs that come in, and this thing I'm gonna guess built in the 1950s, but I don't know. I'm just guessing. It's reached its lifespan, and we need to come up with a new plan. So that's why I like to just develop a shelf-ready project, do the engineering, kind of pick a spot where it would go, and then have that ready for the future. And then when that time comes, that'll be for you guys to decide when that is. The other one, the other unfinished space, so this facility was opened in 2013. There's roughly 1,300 square feet of unfinished space, so it's been framed out. I believe all the electrical and stuff like that's in there. It would probably need some ACs because they have a special air exchange system. So I'm not a construction expert, but I'm going to guess it's going to be over $1 million probably just to finish that space, just because 1.5 or something. But that would be helpful to alleviate some of the strain probably out at the care site. This is something that's been built for over 10 years that we should finish. So I think this should be a priority to finish this, helping how that would streamline the process, and then come up with a long-term plan for the other facility at 908. So for year 2, we're looking to another officer to animal services, community service officer. We're looking for 2, and that this would be the time that we would create the code enforcement team. So we'd have one lead CSO assigned to four community service officers with their sole function of going out, breaking up the city into probably 4 sections or 4 sectors, each of them being assigned to one of those areas strictly to do code enforcement. We tried and done a good job over the years of doing this at the patrol level with our patrol corporals, assigning officers to zones, but we're getting to the point where it's just not getting done at the patrol level. So I think it's the time that we need to really dedicate a strictly code enforcement team. So this would be the point that we would do this during this fiscal year. And then another public safety dispatcher, 1 more to records, and then a POA. One of these POAs will go to youth services side, and then there's going to be another one in one of the next years that'll go to animal services. And then we'll have 6 to patrol this year. We're anticipating that Beat 9 would truly be built to the point where we're going to be far enough north of Shepherd, probably some commercial development going on, do a beat realignment at this point, and then 6 officers would be, for each shift, would need 1 additional officer to bring on another beat. So that this year is we're projecting that to occur. 1 more to investigations, 1 more to set, and then 2 to traffic. So the traffic unit at this point would go from 3 to 7 and really start making an impact on a lot of the traffic enforcement in our city. So this I'll go through quickly. Is just more vehicles, safety equipment. We believe the parking lot at the public safety building is already at its max, but at year 2 it's going to be beyond. The fire department just put up some beautiful signs, basically saying stay out of our stalls, because we keep trying to park in their area just because we're parking in areas we're not supposed to park during briefing times and overlap days, training days. The back lot is an area that we might be able to redesign if we could get a lot of our larger vehicles out of that back lot. The hope was the logistics building that fire will be vacating this year is we could house a lot of our bigger vehicles in there, would be protected from the weather. A lot of the connexes that are in our back lot that stuff could be stored within logistics, and we could remove all that from the back lot, restripe that, and park a lot of cars in the back lot to buy us some more time. But not sure if logistics is on the table or not, but that's an option going forward in the future. So it's just showing logistics.
Chief, I had a question with regards to the 1-to-1 ratio. Is that something which, if and when we get above it, we don't hire anymore, or because there are these other needs in these other units that we will keep hiring because these units are important to public safety?
Yeah, the ratio 1-to-1 is, we're really trying to get probably closer to 1.3 per capita is the goal. So we're at a staffing level in patrol where we're able to meet the need, the response times. We've added that shift back. Staffing is appropriate now that we can start backfilling traffic, investigations, set, and start building in some of these task force positions that we've eliminated. A lot of these programs that we eliminated, we can start building those things back. And then as the city continues to grow, like in year 2, we're going to have to add 6 more to patrol to make them whole again and expand the area of coverage that we have. And then in year 5, we're looking at potentially a beat 10 and 6 more officers to patrol. But that one's really up in the air. And again, like I said, this plan will be reevaluated every 6 months, and we might shift gears based on the crime trends. Traffic might still be out of control where we need to have 12 people that are out doing traffic enforcement. So a lot of this is flexible, probably in years 3, 4, and 5 within this plan.
And I'm assuming in all of that is also organizational reorganization structure. That might be happening as well as we keep getting bigger.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
And honestly, I didn't even build in here command staff for our leadership positions. Those are things that in the future, just when we see the need, we're going to have to go to the city manager and say, hey, we need to asked for a reclassification of a position to a lieutenant or a captain. But we just didn't, we wanted to focus on what the need was and how to address the public's concerns more than we worried about the succession planning at this time. So for this next year, this would be, I think, year 4, I believe this is. We're looking to add a second person. So we have one with the grant right now to the Real-Time Crime Center. We're going to add a second. This will allow us to expand the hours of operation. This is currently being built right now. They're currently housed in more of an office space, but something like you see to the right is being built right now in our old youth service conference room. Some of those items were brought to council a few months ago that were approved, and over the next 6 months, we'll be building that out. Our DFR program, which is our drone first responder program, will operate out of our real-time information center. We'll have 2 analysts assigned here, and when that happens, we will come back to council and really talk about that. It's going to be pretty amazing. We're going to add a graffiti abatement officer full-time. We've always done that with part-time over the years, but we're getting to the point where it needs to be a full-time dedicated person that works in conjunction with the part-time staff. Another public safety dispatcher, 1 to records. This will be that second one that goes to animal services for the POA. And then 3 to patrol, 1 to investigation, and 1 to set. And that's pretty much that. And then the locker room space, we're kicking people out right now. Our female staff is as it grows, it's getting very, very tight. The locker room for the females for investigations is very small, just when the building was built. I think we have upwards of over 20% of our staff is female that is sworn, and it's continuing to grow. And by this point in year 4, we're going to have to, we have a plan how to do it. We're just going to have to bite off and expand the locker room space. So that's just something for hopefully Amy's team that you guys approve for construction projects can take this on and have that done during this year 4. And then for this, I don't know if this is year 4 or 5. I get confused here. So, get my paper here. Can't keep up with this here. So this year, just a public safety dispatcher and then a property and evidence technician. So currently we have a supervisor and 2, and then we're just thinking by this time we'll probably need another position in there. But again, by this time we might feel that get to this point and we don't need it and kind of reevaluate. 3 more to patrol, 1 to investigations, 2 to set. Set will be at the point where they could break apart if we choose to go back to a gang and narcotics team, or they might operate better as a joint team, working human trafficking, gangs, and narcs all together as one big unit. We just got to figure that out as time goes on. And then our traffic unit will be fully staffed at this point under this 5-year plan at 8. So there'll be 7 officers with a supervisor assigned to traffic. And then now we're looking to redesign the public safety building and give fire their eviction notice, with a plan to build them a new headquarters. But we're really going to hit our max for office space. We're really getting creative on how to, create, cubicles in certain areas that weren't designed to be certain areas, and just we'll be at our max. Our briefing room is going to have to be expanded, which will lose. We have a traffic area and our neighborhood services area. The briefing room will have to expand into those 2 office spaces to get enough room in there, so we're going to lose office space by doing that. So we'll be at the point here where we're going to have to start thinking about designing new headquarters for fire and taking over the entire public safety building. So this last one I was off. This is year 5 now. So when I was going to present this to you originally, this article came out like 2 days prior, so I was like, oh, this is cool, this is perfect, but now it's 3 weeks old. But just, it's stuff that's in the current news right now. Clovis is expanding and growing constantly, and then I have the beat map up there behind it that we're just constantly reevaluating the growth of the city and how we're going to cover that from a patrol perspective. So in year 5, it's very far out. We'll really have to judge on where the city's grown and if we're going to have to add that 10th beat at that point. We have 6 officers dedicated in the year 5 to go towards that. Doesn't mean we're going to need it at that point. It's just something that we think is going to happen at year 5, 6, or 7. So that number. Those 6 officers could not be needed. They could be needed in a mental health liaison capacity. They could be needed in traffic or somewhere else, depending on where we're at in year 5. And then same kind of thing. And then we're hoping that we're building that new fire headquarters in year 5. So this is the total 5-year ask for the police department is 18 professional staff and 37 sworn for a total of 55 positions. And that'll put us at, actually I won't get there yet, but that's the total ask for this 5 years. If you add the 3 on that are added this year in the budget, if you guys approve the budget amendment for this current fiscal, it'd actually go up 3 additional on the sworn staffing. And then how do we judge success? And I think that is something we're going to have to constantly look at and evaluate. We think this is a great plan right now, but we get a year down the road or 2 years down the road, and we have to pivot because it's not what we need, or the community is upset about something else, and we need to start addressing something else. So we'll constantly be looking at our department needs, community surveys, crime trends, council direction, and reevaluating this probably on a 3 to 6 month basis, just to kind of see where we're at. So this is where we're currently at as of today at 125. If we do the budget amendment next week or the week after and put us at 128, we'll actually go above the red line this fiscal. But as of today, this is where we're at with the population. After the 5-year plan, this is where we'd be at. With adding, we'd be at 161, I think is on here. I think it's 161 or 162. I estimated the population. I went back 10 years and did a 10-year average of our growth, and we're growing at a rate about 2.13%. So that put us about 140,149 people in the city in 5 years, with a staff of 161, put us at 1.15 per capita. So it's getting us really close to where we need to be. I don't think we need to be necessarily at 1.3. I think this will put us where we're at that 30-30 split on patrol, and fully backfill investigations will grow to where it's never been. We'll be able to work the cases that we're really not working right now, that have leads, but if they don't reach a certain threshold of dollar amount, we're not working them because we just don't have the manpower. Our SET team can really focus on human trafficking, gangs, and narcotics. Our traffic enforcement team will be really be able to make an impact, and our code enforcement team will be where it needs to be. So, and then obviously we'll evaluate and maybe make some changes if necessary. So I'm going to end with this, and Lynn probably knows where I'm going. So when we had a discussion prior to Measure Y, this kind of came up a couple of times that, how did we get here? I feel like we're out of runway was the quote. And I think we just need to, as we're designing this, hearing all the departments that come and speak before you, hearing what Andy and Jay present in the 5-year forecast, is really, this is our one shot. The citizens of Clovis have given us, I'll just jump to the next one. They've given us a new runway, and they've given us a great opportunity to set the future, but we got to do it right. And so we're developing the best flight plan, I guess you would say, as a police department for what we think the future is. Every other department head's doing the same, but we're really looking on you as well to give your input on what you think for the overall health of the city, not just public safety, because everybody up here that's going to present to you plays some role in keeping the city safe. I think Bob William was one of the biggest, would argue with me that it's not just public safety, and I agree with him that it takes people calling the police, it takes people going out and taking care of their yards, calling if they see something in the roadway, getting out, stopping and picking it up, taking some care in their community, and that's really the Clovis way of life. And so I just wanted to end with this because we truly have one shot at this, and it was tough to get done. Our public believes in us, and they trust in us, and we have to make it happen and do a really good job. So I'm committed to you over the next 5 years. The public safety will meet the needs of the city's citizens of Clovis are most concerned about. I think our plan addresses that. I think we'll be in a really good position to provide the citizens what they deserve. So I'm open to any questions with that.
That's really awesome. It looks really good. Hey, my quick question is, Post providing any training resources anymore or funds for training?
Some courses, depending, are post reimbursable. Not a lot. It's really the main mandated things that are post reimbursable. Supervisor schools. I'm going to an EDC course finally after 5 years. That's post reimbursable. So very limited, but they are reimbursing on some courses.
So I'm just looking at the training numbers and stuff like that. With that many retirements in the next 5 years and the increase in stuff, so you're probably looking at an increase in the training budget of what, 50% most likely too, with department needs. So
a ton. We're thinking about even
just to keep people certified.
Yeah, we're talking about maybe even pulling an officer. Obviously having a full-time training coordinator, but even potentially pulling an officer that's well-versed in driver's training, range, a number of things that as we have all these new people coming on, going through orientation, instead of pulling so many people from patrol on overtime or whatever to train them, is maybe having some training staff that can dedicate the time, or if somebody's struggling in a certain area, is pulling them aside one-on-one. So that's, as I talked about at the end, those 6 positions, we weren't sure if we'd need them at that point. There's a number of other areas that we're thinking about plugging them into that are going to be huge in the future.
Any other comments or questions for Chief? Okay.
Just a couple. I think the Clovis Unified Partnership is an awesome idea. I think that's a huge boost to youth services, so I thought that. And I wrote down public safety is more than PD, and you just said that. So, I think how do parks play in? There's all those things that play into that. So I think we can tell a public safety story. Obviously, what you all need is a huge part of it, but I think we don't want to overlook apartment land use planning and how you can see into neighborhoods and keep your eyes on trails. So I think that's super important. Would we ever be a city, and I don't even know if Fresno's are still operating, but do you see a substation in our future at all, like in the Northwest? I think, does Fresno still have that one at, Cedar and Teague or somewhere like that? Cedar and, is that where it is? Maple and Teague, somewhere in there. Do you see that as a model for Clovis at any point?
I personally don't in my time. I think until we get to the point where we need to split radio channels and we're so busy that we have to be on 2 separate radio channels, that might be a consideration at that point, but
not in this window.
Nah, with my prior experience in Fresno and working where they had 5 districts and all on 5 different radio channels, a traffic unit that had its own radio channel, I don't see us there yet, and I would try to hold off as long as we could, because it really creates a lack of communication. It starts creating some, a lack of wanting to work together, and we all wear this, we always talk about we're the same patch. I don't care what beat it's in, respond to the call. If you're in service, go handle it. When you get into separate districts, it's about your district. Well, I kind of having this.
I feel like this is like giving me a vision of what's about to happen.
It's very similar to your concerns right now. Now I'm just concerned about my district and not what's best for the city. So I would hold off as long as we could until it was not feasible, because we had too many people on the same radio channel. I think once you separate radio channels, you probably, at that point, having a substation makes sense.
Okay.
But I don't think we're quite there yet.
2 more quick comments. One is, I also like the idea of thinking about things like code enforcement is one thing, but I think about this neighborhood integrity idea. I think about our mobile home parks. Those people really depend on you and the fire. So what about those places? So I think there's ways that neighborhoods can kind of knit themselves together around a broader topic. Code enforcement's part of it, but I like that idea of thinking about how do we support the integrity of our neighborhoods. Maybe that happens in the beats, right? People pay attention to that, but I think that's an element that makes Clovis special. So whatever that looks like, I just wanted to comment on that. And then because I'm spending a little time in my day job talking about child abuse and sexual assault, do we have a team or a staff devoted to those kinds of calls uniquely? And is that something that you would see growing over time?
Well, definitely, for sure. Now that after this 5 years, our investigation team has been 8 for the last a long time. I mean, I think when I read the report that Chief Zulum did in 2005, he referenced back in the 80s that they had 4, I think, in investigations. And so we're only at 8, and the population's, 100 times or 100%, whatever, probably much more than that. But we're finally going to expand by the end of this, I think, to 16 in investigations. So I think we'll get more. Right now we're general investigators, so kind of what comes in is kind of what you get. I think we'll be more specialized and have people dedicated just to working those type of cases. We have some people specialized right now that work with kids or work with different things, but I think it'll be much more when we get up to the point of having 16 people in investigations.
Yeah, because I could see that as a need as you look down the road. You know, maybe it's a family violence kind of view. I'm not sure, but it's top of my mind in my day job, and I think that we can't be immune to that, of course. We have high DV kinds of rates for a little tiny city like, I mean, not high, but our violent crime incidents related to domestic violence is, 1 to 1 or something like that. So it was just a thought about, attention to kids and sexual assault and child abuse, and you said trafficking earlier, so I know that's an element of that, but just a comment on that. So. Thanks. Good job. Wow. Never thought I'd see the day where we were 1-to-1 ratio police.
Chief, I just had 2. I know that the POA will be strong and will be advocating and will be a big part of it. Please take care of the professionals?
Professional staff employees?
Yeah, because,
sure.
when I meet with them, they're like, no one's advocating for jailers. If you're going to have more jailers or more people sending them to downtown, I don't know, right? Yeah. But I'd say, let us know, talk to Chief. And
no, they are. But,
so I don't know those things, but I see that there's a lot of professional staff. No. So that's why I go, we want to be able to support, the officers that we see, meaning the public sees, in the background too. So thank you for
that was the biggest thing the supervisors even asked for was another jailer. So we finally got to the point of we have enough jailers that everybody's happy. So the records reclass that we kind of talked about 3 weeks ago, that was a huge thing for a number of years. That's finally taking place. So the next budget in July, I'm going to ask for a reclass of 3 of their positions within records to go to that level 2. Do some promotions, so there'll be some movement within records, so there's a lot going on within the professional staff, so we definitely won't leave them behind, because I will hear about it for sure.
And then my other thing is, please pay attention to technology. It's going to cost something, so, it's going to change 5 years, it may change quickly or not, and how we can be, technologically advanced. Because if we don't send any money aside, when it comes, we'll be behind. So whatever that is, I think that is important for us, so we can be top-notch, so that way officers want to come here because we got the best gadgets, we got the best equipment. So I just wanted to put that in there.
I won't send Lieutenant Richards in here because he'll spend all of our money, but I'm excited around April, May, June of this year. I'd like to invite all of council, probably do some type of press conference or something when our real-time crime center opens up. The DFR program, once that gets up and running, we'll have launch sites, one at the headquarters here for one of our drone first responders, and then one we're working on potentially at 908 Villa that will cover the entire city and cut our response times to, within a minute and a half to 2 minutes. And those will only respond to calls for service and only certain types of calls. It's not any type of proactive policing. They're only to respond to calls to our sister officers and giving them real-time information, responding to, no details traffic collisions to see if we need to get EMS personnel there right away because it's a major injury collision. But that is on the cutting edge. We're working with some companies to make that happen. We're just waiting on the, I always want to say the Future Farmers of America, but the FAA, not the FFA. to get final approval on that, and then, our real-time information center with all the cameras that we've acquired with the assistance of, 15, 20 years of working with Pelco and, IT and putting the infrastructure in our city. We're really gonna take advantage of all those resources here in the immediate future. So I think you'll be impressed with that technology for sure.
Really?
Just, I know it's late, but as you look on the kind of environmental vulnerabilities, some things, the external vulnerabilities to us, maybe you could share at some point, what do you see trends in law enforcement? I think the next 4 years are difficult under any circumstance, regardless. I mean, just a statement, it's rapid change. I don't know what those impacts are, fewer cop grants. I'm not sure, but it would be interesting to just think about what that external universe looks like, if there's anything we should be watching for to come our way, or I don't know.
The grants have never been our best, unless we partner with an agency like Fresno has really helped us out with this most recent grant. Short of OTS grants, the annual ones we get, we're not really successful because based on the crime, which I'm okay with, frankly. If our crime's low and we're not getting grants, I'd much rather have that situation. I've lost the first part of your question.
Well, I just think the world is changing and things are happening.
Vulnerabilities.
What else? Yeah, vulnerabilities. If there's anything out there that we should go, oh gosh, that could be a problem, we should think about it, it would be interesting to know that.
I don't know if we want to go here right now, but
I don't.
it's legislation with California, and it's over and over and over again. It's the red tape, it's the PRA request that we have to respond to. Every stop that our officers make or any time they contact anybody at the public, they have to fill out a RIPA form that takes time. I have to guess your age, your sexual orientation, your ethnicity, the reason why I contacted you, just a number of ridiculous questions that honestly have not really proven what the intent behind that law was, that they thought they were going to show, has not happened. They've added additional questions. It still hasn't happened. So the hope is that maybe it goes away in the future, but it's burdensome on our officers. It's frustrating. We put body cams on our officers to be more transparent, but it just creates a ton of work on the back end because everybody wants to see the body cam. Everybody wants, requesting, putting PRAs in. So now we got to go through and redact all the information before we provide it. So it's a good thing, but it's a burdensome thing. There's a lot of laws that have come out recently, just off the top of my head, just this year. There's a law that was passed, or actually last year, January of last year, that says we can't ask if you're prior marijuana use. And that's for all employees in California, except for construction workers. They were exempted. First responders, police, fire, EMS, can't ask that question. And so some people have taken it in this profession to potentially start using some of those substances. That was supposed to be rectified under some amendment through the state, and it has not happened to this point. But it's just one more thing to degrade the profession. But on the flip side, the state of California is requiring every one of our officers to now have was a bachelor's degree, but now it's going to be, they kind of brought it down to an AA, but it's still going to happen. And anybody we've hired over the last, 4 years since that law went into effect, it'll be retro. So if we've hired somebody who doesn't have an AA, they're going to have to go back within 2 years and get one, or they'll be decertified. So that's a challenge. Where it's already hard enough to hire people, but now they have to have a degree in a certain thing. Now they can smoke marijuana. It's also now potentially foreign nationals can become police officers within the state of California. It used to be where either you were a citizen or you were in the process of becoming a citizen to apply to be a police officer. Now you just have to have a certain form by the federal government that says you can do work within the United States, and we have to accept that as long as you meet all the requirements and hire you to be a police officer. So to me, and again, I'm not an elected official, working on a sheriff, but I think it's interesting to think that somebody could not be a citizen of our country and be out enforcing the laws on our citizens. I just find that hard to understand, but nobody's really taken that up with our state. It's another law that's kind of slipped through that's going to create problems, I think, for us in the future. So the biggest thing, I think, there's a number of other laws I can go through, but it's the constant things that come from California that make our job much more difficult.
So maybe one of the things we could talk about through, as you go through the budget is, I think, Diana, you and I talked about this in the beginning, but I think we could be better advocates and maybe have more regular, because I don't get daily briefings to Cal Chiefs to know what's coming. You don't get daily hospital briefs. So, I mean, I think it would be interesting for us to have some kind of reporting or advocacy, or maybe even an advocate in Sacramento, because I don't know that anybody has time to keep up on all the stuff. So I think those are opportunities that I think we would all agree that we should advocate for some of those things. And if we get a request from Cal Cities, but it's like we don't get those as often as we used to, and I'm not sure they're really that helpful anymore. So anyway, maybe we take our membership dues and hire an advocate. But anyway, I think the legislative environment in California and nationally is going to be harder than ever. So I do think if we had a sense of what that was, we could do a better job joining Cal Chiefs, or whatever it's called, Police Chief Association, trying to weigh in on some of that.
And I'll leave you with one last one that we're currently just got this last week, and I'm actually going to meet with Scott Krause. We're trying to get all the information and have our ducks in a row before we go meet with him and kind of get his opinion. But the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department has just put out that they're not responding to mental health calls again at all in the future. There was a Ninth Circuit decision that came out for the Las Vegas Police Department that they contacted somebody that was suffering a mental crisis, detained them, didn't use any, you can watch the body cam, there's no major force use, they just restrained him. He was transported, ended up having a cardiac arrest on the way to the hospital and died. And these officers were found, based on the Ninth Circuit's decision, their qualified immunity did not apply. And so they're all going to be hung out to dry at this point with no protection. So it puts us in a predicament of, are we responding to mental health calls? Because now we're putting our officers in our city and everybody in jeopardy. So it's something that we're going to have to wade through and see. Are we going to ask additional questions when they call dispatch? And if there's not a crime occurring or some violent act occurring, maybe we're not responding. But that's something we need to figure out. I mean, we can't put our officers and hang them out to dry and put them in a legal quandary that's kind of been established now by the Ninth Circuit. But it goes counter to what we do. When you call us and you need help, we always respond. So it's making our job so much more difficult, because that's what we do. If you call us, we go help you. No matter what it is, we'll figure out, solve the problem. But now we're having to question, is that a law enforcement call? Hey, fire, go, and if you guys call for help, then we'll come help you, but we're not going to deal with it. And that's kind of what Sacramento's doing, is fire's going, EMS is going. We're not even going to stand by. If it goes sideways, you call us and we'll respond. I wouldn't want to do that with our fire guys and put them in that situation, but it's something that's another challenge that we're going to have to work our way through.
Those are really helpful. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. We're going to go ahead and open it up to the public. Are there any questions or comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, we'll close, and this is a receive and file. Thank you, Chief. We'll move to item 7. It's another receive and file item from our fire department, and we have Fire Chief Krusek.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. With me is Deputy Chief Jim D'Amico. I figure I'm going to have to ask him for help anyway, so might as well sit next to me. But anyway, thank you for this opportunity to give you a department overview. Also in the audience with this is our life safety manager, Chad Fitzgerald, and our union president, Trent McGill, is also here, who's a captain with our department. Going over this department update and our plan for Measure Y. This coincides with our 5-year strategic plan that we have. That was developed with the input from our citizen stakeholders and community groups that we did back in 2021, and it was adopted by City Council. And also the objectives also fulfill the priorities determined by our community survey. So just giving a brief, oh wow, it skipped a bunch.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, whoa. Nope, more. What happened? Go back to the beginning? Did I hit the wrong? Oh. There we go. I'm hitting the wrong button, I think. What, this is not, there's missing slides. You're kidding me? For the stations. Anyway, I could deal without. Because, just give you a brief overview of our stations. We have 6 stations. The first slide I had pictures of them, but so we have 6 strategically located stations throughout the city to provide optimal fire protection. And each station is staffed with 1 unit. So we have a truck at Station 1, which is in Old Town, and then the remaining 5 stations have an engine. So I'm going to just kind of give a brief overview of our response. When we respond to structure fires, whether it's a single-family dwelling or an apartment or commercial fire. So if we have a house fire, we send the 4 closest engines and the truck. And if we have an apartment or a commercial, we send the 5 closest engines and the truck. So the truck is a specialized unit for us, and it goes to all fires no matter where it's at within the city. It has different capabilities than the engine. Obviously, it's got the aerial ladder on top for access to tall buildings and to give us an aerial waterway. But it also carries specialized equipment for rescues, stabilization. It goes to pin-ins. It goes to all the rollovers and rescue calls of that nature. Trying to keep the truck available is a struggle for us because it runs first out of the station, so there's times where it's susceptible to being committed to a medical aid, and then not be able to respond to a structure fire in a timely manner. When that happens, then we rely on our auto aid partners from Fresno. So this wasn't always the current, the same deployment model. When we were at 4 stations, we ran 5 units at 4 stations. So we paired an engine with a truck when we had 4 stations, then we went to 5, and then I was thinking it was right before the recession, correct? And then so that that engine was moved from where the truck was at to Station 5, and we never regained that extra unit back. And how we measure our performance with structure fires is a term called Effective Response Force, or ERF. So basically, that's the amount of time when you call 911 until all units arrive on scene. So if it's a residential fire, I'll take one. No. So it's a residential fire, how long it takes for the 4 engines and the truck to get to the scene. So, and I want to set that up because there's a slide coming up that goes over those response times. But these are the first due areas for each station. And also, depending on where in the city, we could have if we had an apartment or commercial fire in certain parts of the city, it could tie up all 6 of our units. That just means your response area, that if you're in quarters, you'd be first. You would arrive on scene first. Yeah. So quick overview of our personnel. 67, actually, we can change this slide to 68 pretty soon, since you approved the deputy chief on a couple of councils ago, so thank you for that. And we have 7.5 non-sword support staff. And we're comparing it. We'll show you a graph that I showed last year. In 2006, we had 9.5 non-sworn positions back in 2006. And in 2006, we had 68 sworn personnel, as depicted on this graph. And as you can see, our population back then was just around 90,000, and now we're at 124,000. And the only time that we've added personnel since 2006 is when we opened Station when we opened Station 6. So here's a graph that I already told you about the ERF. So I know in the past annual reports that we've reported that one of our biggest challenges is meeting our response time standards. And so this graph, the three response times that we measure for our effectiveness are for EMS, which is the blue line, and that standard is 6.5 minutes. For fire, first on scene of any fire call, which the standard is 7 minutes. And the difference with that is just to give that extra time for us to put our PPE on, our personal protective equipment, and that's 7 minutes. And then the ERF is 10.5 minutes. So I wanted to go back and see when we actually met our response times. The last time is this. How does this button work? So if we go back EMS-wise, the last time we met our response time standards below 6.5 minutes was back in 2015. And then slowly it crept up to 7 minutes, dipped back down, and now we're currently here at 7:45-ish. And then going back to our structure fire, or first on scene for any fire, the last time we met that was in 2017, and then it went up. And for our ERF, for structure fire responses, the last time we met it was in 2018, or not 2019, sorry. And then slowly it's crept up. And if we had another graph with our population, it would increase and our call volume as well. So as our population has gone up, our call volume's increased, and unfortunately, with our current deployment model with only one unit in each station, we're not keeping up with our response time standards.
Quick question for you. Geographically, are there areas that are meeting those times?
Yeah, we'll go.
Areas that are specifically.
Yeah, I'll have we have a response time map coming up here. And today we're still responding with the same amount of personnel that we did in 2006. So there it is. So this is our current, our last year's, for 2023, our total response time and our performance. So again, the purple is the bad areas, green is good. To note on this is when we moved Station 2, so we're going to have some extended purple areas where normally, and extended red areas where we didn't before, because we moved Station 2 down to the training center when we rebuilt Station 2. So that's why we have some different response times there. But we're finally seeing some good response time changes in Station 6's area. So I know that in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of purple out there. There's been a lot of road construction and development going out that way with incomplete roadways. Now that's starting to be remedied. So now we're getting some good, we're getting some yellows and reds where we were all purple in this area several years ago. So I think we're going to continue to see that as we can get the roadways. If we can eventually get Loma Vista punched out to the west, get some access to the north, we're going to continue to change there as well. But we still do have some of our Harlan Ranch area, and of course now that we're seeing where we're growing to the north, where it's at the Heritage Grove area where we have over 10-minute response times. So this is obviously our next area of concern as we continue to grow to the northwest. Everything basically built north of Shepherd will be in that 10-minute zone as we go further north. And we have several huge developments that are planning in that area over the next 3 to 5 years.
Chief, are fire sprinklers required in new homes?
Yes, they are.
So that'll help in some way a little bit for fire suppression?
They do. It holds the fire until we can get there.
Okay.
It doesn't usually fully extinguish it, but it keeps it down enough, and then we get there, and then we can finish the job off.
Okay.
But it gives occupants enough time to get out in a safer environment. But yes, they are.
And Chief, these are all calls.
In other words, even if it's medical aid.
These are all priority calls.
Yeah, so
Fire
medical aid
or-
is not less than 10, you know, because we don't have the trucks, the small squads yet, but it's all calls.
All calls.
Okay.
All priority calls, code 3. Also to note, until we can address the Heritage Grove area, the closest units to these areas are Fresno County Fire Engine 85 at Sunnyside and Nees, and Fresno City Engine 17, which is up on Maple and International, just west of Clovis North. So that's a big concern for us. And our closest station is Station 3, that's just south of Buchanan. And in this time, like I mentioned, our call volume has increased. This is what it was back in 2006. We're just over 8,500 calls. And then this last year, we're at 13,422 calls. So over that time, we've had a 38% increase in population since 2006, but our call volume has increased 58%. So it's been a pretty big jump. And again, we're responding with the same amount of staffing that we did back in 2006. And the majority of our calls, at 60%, are EMS calls. So recent successes. Fire Station 2, we just opened that. Beautiful station. I'd like to take credit for it, but honestly, I have to give credit to Deputy Chief Jim D'Amico and our Senior Management Analyst Katie Cron, who took care of a lot of that, and our Station Committee, and our public, and Renee's shop with PDS. They were amazing to work with. Great station. It's our flagship station now, and we're planning to do like a ribbon cutting open house. We're gonna have to move it to May. We're thinking about March, but there's too many things going on, and April's really busy, so we didn't want to conflict with any other community events, so we're looking at May. So that's been a huge success for us. Station 2 is our busiest area, highest call volume and population density, and I think they ran, like in their first 48-hour shifts, I think they ran 30 calls. So they're busy. We're back into our normal deployment, so we're going to see those response times improve in the Southwest. Another success is our Lucas devices, and these are the automatic CPR devices that we purchased. We got 4 of them with a AFG grant after we purchased the first 2 and tested them out. Our personnel love them. They're more effective compressions. They do them at the correct rate, the correct date, the correct depth, and they increase cardiac survivability in a cardiac arrest event. So we have all of these on our frontline apparatus, and then since 2022 we've used them 100 times on cardiac arrests. Another success is our state mandated inspections that we have to do, and that's because we were finally able to hire a second fire inspector, and we've been trying to do that since I got here in 2019. We tried a couple different recruitments. We were unsuccessful, but thankfully, this last time, we were able to hire a new inspector, and now we're able to get 100% compliance. And another thing that we've also done is we've moved all business inspections back to prevention staff, and that keeps all of our engine crews and our truck crew in their respective districts so we can concentrate on our response times. We're trying to do everything that we can. So that was huge for the prevention division to take the inspections from our crews. Now they can stay ready for calls, because when they're doing inspections, they could be in a business and they have delayed responses getting out and things like that. So that's been a huge success for us. And we started a new academy 2 weeks ago. This is not them. We just hired 3 new firefighters. This is the last staffing that we hired when we opened Station 6 in the picture. But we hired 3 new firefighters, and this is the first time that we've hired anybody, personnel since 2021. So they'll be doing another 6 weeks, and then they'll be hitting the floor. So we'll look at some of our opportunities, some of our strategic relationships that we rely on A big one is our Clovis Unified School District relationship with the Career Technical Education Program, or CTE. They have a fire program that runs out of Clovis East. That's for all the high schools in CUSD students. We're currently working on trying to implement a hands-only CPR to all high schools within the city of Clovis, so the 3 high schools in Clovis. So we're working on that to try to implement it in the curriculum. So we're going to start off with the freshman class and teach them all CPR, hands-only CPR, and then over 4 years, theoretically, every high school student within the 3 high schools will know hands-only CPR. Fresno City FICE is another important public education program where our crews go out and they teach fire safety education to all of our elementary schools. So right now they're going out into their district and they're meeting with every elementary school and giving them the education program. Fresno City College is another big partner of us on the training side. Fresno County Dispatch is who we contract to do our dispatching for us. They do fire dispatching for us. They also do Fresno and some other surrounding agencies as well. American Ambulance is our ALS, our paramedic provider, so we have a good working relationship with them. We're always looking to work with them, maybe for training and future opportunities with ALS, which I'll advanced life support, in the future as an opportunity for us. And then another relationship that we rely on is with the Clovis Chamber of Commerce, and they work well with us when we're getting information out for us to come out when we do our business inspections, and our businesses are open to us coming and the importance of it, and also working together for the events at Old Town when we're inspecting, whether it's food booths or, making sure that we have access, keeping the alleyways clear so we can make sure the public is safe and that we can safely respond.
Hey, Chief, for that safety education, are you going to all the schools in Fresno as well, or are you sticking only to Clovis?
No, we just do Clovis.
Clovis schools only, even though it's Clovis Unified?
Yes.
Okay.
Just within the Clovis limits.
Okay.
And then innovation, we're looking at a flexible service delivery, like I was mentioning earlier, with the engine and a truck out of the station, and the implementation of squads. And that's the smaller units, and that keep crews in service for the major fire calls, and also to help us out in our areas where we're saturated with multiple back-to-back calls that are frequent in certain areas of our city.
Mayor, Chief, would it be possible at some point to consider bringing in the one Fresno Unified School at Winery in Ashland? We have.
Is that one?
Do we do that one?
Viking Elementary?
Yeah.
I believe we used to, but I can't recall. I think during the recession is when we stopped going outside our city boundaries to try and keep our units a little bit more. I mean, because technically
outside the city boundaries, but we have Clovis kids that go to that school. So if it's something that you can put on your radar, that'd be great.
So just to continue that response, one of the things we've tried to do with our community partners, be they neighboring jurisdictions like Fresno Fire, is we try to respect that boundary. But to your point, we do know that there are a lot of Clovis residents over there, and the history that goes along with Viking Elementary, and that's something that we can coordinate. I just like to be respectful of the other department before we randomly show up there, since it is within their jurisdiction, but it's something I'll absolutely put on our list.
And another innovation, like I said, that we're looking at is the potential for advanced life support services, and that's providing paramedics. It's something that we're going to explore as a possibility here. Right now, we're EMT 1s, which is the basic level. So basically, we're limited to, we can provide oxygen, oral glucose. I don't know, might have changed since I was an EMT a long time ago. Yeah, Narcan. So very, very basic, but on the advanced life support, you can give cardiac arrest, drugs, intubation, so it's way more advanced, improves survivability, and it's the highest level of patient care that we could give. Another thing that that we're proud of is the forefront of our firefighter wellness programs. We have a very active peer support program that we're looking after each other. If we have like a critical call, our peer team will reach out and make sure that they're doing okay, and if they need resources to help them, we get them the resources they need. And we're also we are aggressive with our cancer prevention programs, whether it's operations that we do in the field to limit our exposure to all the chemicals that we're exposed to, because we're exposed to a lot more toxins and dangerous environments just in our actions as firefighters. And then we're also always looking for technology, like you had mentioned with Chief Lemming's presentation. So we're looking at getting into our own GIS, getting a part-time position, which I'll bring up later. Tableau Command is a program that we use for mapping and pre-plans, and so we're expanding that to help us with our effectiveness and help our response times as well. And then expansion, public education, we're also always looking to increase our outreach to our underserved communities, whether it's through social media, which we're still trying to expand, public events. We're going out and attending more public events in our nonprofit partnerships. You had mentioned mobile home parks, and we're going to do, it's coming up.
Coming up this weekend,
yeah.
on the 22nd at,
Sound the Alarm.
In Arabian Villa. Yeah, it's the Sound the Alarm campaign. Great partnership. The good labor free gets in there and gets that community involved, and then management companies have been great to deal with.
And then we did another one a couple years ago, right? Yeah. And then services provided to Clovis, again, addition of squads or with the ALS trained personnel as well. So now we're getting into some of our...
Before you go to the challenges,
yeah.
Chad, any revitalization of SART? Because it was just so popular when it was there. I know that it does take a lot of staff time, but the community loved being engaged.
It does, and so I did a beta test with our current CERT members of the hybrid program that came out through FEMA and sponsored through Cal OES. So I'm looking at trying to get a class together this spring. We've got interest lists developed. Commissioner Hatcher just happens to be somebody that's always chirping in my ear and continually active with us. Thank you, Commissioner Hatcher. So yeah, it absolutely is important. And they have been out at events. I appreciate, and you've seen them engaging on public education. And what's great, the work that they do isn't just handing stuff out. It's an extension of the FICE program where the kids and the community members that come to the booth, they learn at least one thing. So we will be bringing CERT back in a more robust fashion because they are doing a great job and offset a lot of pub ed activities.
And what do you call the young firefighters who come out at volunteer events? What are they called?
Oh, those are our explorers. So that's our explorer program, and that's going well.
Yeah.
I believe we're fully staffed. Yeah. So that's usually high school kids. I think it's 16 to 20. So that's something that we've been trying to in the last couple of years reinvigorate, get connected with the schools. So that's why we're reaching out to the CTE program, trying to make it like a bridge, from high school, and then they can come be an explorer with us. So, and then try to get them in the fire academy. Yeah. So we're trying to grow around. We actually have several of our firefighters were explorers.
And that's what I just wanted to mention, that one of our 3 new firefighters is a former explorer from 10 years ago. He went to another agency, got more experience, came back home. So we probably have 5, 6 explorers since the inception of the program that we've been able to bring back and hire as full-time employees. So we definitely see the success of that program.
Thank you.
So now we're getting to some of our challenges. And one of the challenges that we're dealing right now is with recruitment. This is something that we've slowly been seeing happen over the last several years since I've been here, and it's something that's happening throughout California. So it's happening throughout the state. Every conference I've been to, it's always a topic of recruitment, and everybody's having trouble finding quality employees. So this graph just represents how many qualified applicants we got for each year, each recruitment. So there was actually like more applicants, but once they get through the initial application process, meeting our minimum requirements to actually take the written test. So as you can see, back in 2006, we had 283, 2010, 373, then slowly over the last decade, getting down to 200 and even less than 100. And then even on those, in 2018, we had 163 take the test, 104 passed. 2019, we only had 82 pass. 2021, we only had 59 that passed. And then 2023, we had 50 passed. And then I think we only saw like 40 people in the interviews. So kind of saw what was happening. We've been doing the same thing as far as recruitment, and we never had this issue. I mean, I remember I was getting in the fire service, we were testing against thousands of people. But it's not like that anymore. So what could we do? What can we do to change that? So the reason their numbers went up on 2024 is we decided to use a different test, which is a statewide test. And it has over 4,000 people on it that take the test throughout the state. So instead of doing what we have been doing for the last 10, 15 years, we decided something new. So once we got that, there was 1,400 people that met our minimum qualifications, so we sent them out invites, but we only received 171 out of the 1,400. So we interviewed the top 57, and then we ended up hiring 3. So it takes about 10 to 15 candidates, it seems, to find one. So we're not at a dire situation, but we're seeing that it's getting to a point where we needed to do something. So for the first time, we got proactive. We created a recruitment committee last year, so we have them going out to events, getting out into the community, and trying to actively recruit, which we've never done before. We don't know what's causing it. We're trying to put a finger on it. Every department's going through it too, and some departments are doing some pretty extensive studies, but we know that we have a reputation for high standards for our department and our recruitment process, and that's something that we take pride in, and we won't lower our standards. I think our community deserves it, and I know that you deserve that as well. So we must ensure that we continue with comprehensive hiring practices to ensure that we hire employees that meet the Clovis standard, so we don't erode the trust of the public, and that we provide the highest quality of service. And we're at the point that if we expect the highest level of service and the additional workload we demand of our firefighters, we are going to have to explore all aspects of recruitment, including salary and benefits, in order to attract good employees and keep them here. Because that's what we want to do to get the best employees that we're going to have for 30 or even more years now with the new PEPRA regulations, but for lifetime employees here. The growth, this is just showing one of our big challenges as we continue. The map on the left was when we're at 5 stations in 2006, and just kind of showing you they're not exactly the same scale, but you can see how much that we've grown into the Loma Vista area in the southeast, and now that we're growing into the northwest. And even in you can't really see the infill, but how many more of the streets are filled in up in the Harlan Ranch area and other aspects. So that's a big challenge. Again, our call volume increased 58% between those 2 time areas. We've seen a significant increase in high density housing, and increased growth in population has led to increased response times. And and our current deployment with the 1 unit at each station is not keeping up with that. And then street networks in various stages during development also affects response times, and that's just a part of growing, like I mentioned with Station 6 area. Now that we're getting the roads repaired, we're seeing response times improve. So we continue to grow southeast, but the Heritage Grove areas are really what we're concerned with in the future here. We have multiple large developments planned north of Shepherd within the next 3 to 5 years. These developments will all be outside of our response time standards, and like I mentioned, Fresno County and Fresno Fire will be the closest units until we build Station 7. So we can have fire in that area, and theoretically, if everybody's in quarters, our engine would be the third engine in. We'd get beat by both the Fresno County and the Fresno City engine. So as our city continues to grow, we must grow to meet the demands. We need additional personnel to staff additional units, and put additional units in, multi-units in stations, more equipment and more facilities. We also know that, like Chief Fleming said, that also affects other departments in the city. So as we keep growing, so does our apparatus and fleet. And we have very technical apparatus. So we have 1.5 fire mechanics, so they're specially trained for fire apparatus. So,
Chief, can you explain multi-units at one station?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just saying staff more than one unit at a station. Like what I'd mentioned before, when we were at 4 stations, we staffed an engine and a truck. So since we can't build another station, we put 2 units at a station to try to reduce this response times, especially in the areas where like Station 2's area is super busy. We have what we call them stacked calls, where you get back-to-back calls in the same area. They'd be able to handle both.
And all of our stations have the capacity to hold 2 units?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
So with the fleet, so as we continue to grow, our fleet continues to grow, gets more technical. So if there's, if Scott needs more mechanics in his presentation, like Chief Fleming said, I will support that, because we're going to get to a point where we're going to need 2 full-time fire mechanics in the future. Another big challenge is just the delay in production for engines. It's taking 4 years now to get a new fire engine or a new truck, when it used to be even less than 2 years. So before COVID, you could get them in a year, and then after COVID, a lot of the one-time money, people were buying apparatus and flooding the market, but they haven't recovered from that. So now that's a challenge. We have to ask for apparatuses sooner. Facilities, our number of facilities continue to increase and age. Most of our stations are new, except for 3 and 4. 3 is our oldest station, and it's getting close to 40 years old, so it's going to need some major repairs as well. And then our costs overall have increased. So again, as we continue growing, we build more stations, we put pressure on general service and facilities. So if they need more personnel, I would also support that. Succession planning is a concern of ours. By the end of this decade, 20% of the fire department staff will be retiring or of retirement age, and several of those are in leadership positions. So we need to continue to look to evaluate job descriptions and qualifications to better match the changing needs of the department. So some of the vulnerabilities, city growth, what I had mentioned earlier, especially at our perimeters, from a hazard mitigation point, flood, excessive heat, and excessive cold are a threat to us. Our aging communities, and that's twofold. It's the older part of town where we have our highest population, our density, a lot of apartments, our mobile homes, and our aging communities as we get increase in senior living facilities as well. Increased high-density housing is another vulnerability, and then the big one for us is the Fire Station 7 service area, which is basically north of Teague, Willow, all the way up to Copper to Fowler, right? Fowler on the Fowler. So that's our Heritage Grove area that we're concerned about. So we're at a crossroads in our department, and additional staffing is needed to put additional units in service in order to keep up with the city's growth and increasing call volume. If we don't, we're going to continue to see extended response times and a decreased level of service in our community. And then, of course, Measure Y passed, so we want to thank the community, thank the citizens for approving this. It's not going to only help our department, it's going to help the city every department needs it, every department needs help. And again, as we continue to grow, as a fire department, other departments are gonna need help as well. So how Measure Y can help our department, our 5-year objective, our goal is to maintain being the safest city in the valley. We take that seriously, and we take pride in that. And it's directly associated with our strategic plan. And we worked with our command team and our union on this 5-year plan. We associated with the priorities of the community from our survey, which was safety staffing, response time medical, response time fire, and also the fact that 91% of the community agreed that maintaining 911 response times and maintaining fire protection were extremely and very important. And it addresses our #1 challenge of growth and increasing response times for EMS and fires. We need to focus on both. This will address and improve overall fire response, which is our primary function. Even though EMS calls are the most calls, our primary function is fire protection. And we need to improve our effective response force. We need to improve our medical aid response times in the Southwest and Northeast, and our fire and medical response to the Heritage Grove area. And this is just from our strategic plan to provide cost-effective, efficient service with pride that reflects the best practices in the fire industry. So year 1, we propose to staff an extra engine with 9 firefighters and promoting 3 captains and 3 engineers, and we would staff that extra engine and marry it with the truck at Station 1. Initially, that's where we would put it, and then as we go through, we're going to evaluate our call response times and everything, and determine if that's going to be the best location in the future. A part-time GIS specialist, and another thing that Chief Lemming and I talked about is possibly sharing a full-time GIS and share between. So that's a possibility that we're open to, because we both have needs on our end. It's for mapping and our data. We're having issues with our vendor, and they're starting with some retirements and things like that. So we're looking to have that capability in-house. A reclassification of our life safety specialist we're going to have to change the name. We were just talking about this earlier, to some type of fire marshal position, and this is part of the succession plan in the prevention division as we prepare for retirements. On the fleet side, we purchased a new engine for the new additional company and a Type 6 squad, which there's a picture of that. That's the smaller unit in preparation for a squad in years 2 and 3. The squads are a 2-year build time, so we would use one of our pickup trucks until we receive that. And also with the engine, since it is a 4-year build time, we would use one of our reserve engines until we got the new engine. Also looking towards Station 7, we're working right now with PDS to find and purchase land in the Heritage Grove area, because we've already met our threshold for the call volume in that area to start that process. And then equipment-wise, any of the advanced life support ALS service setup. We're going to evaluate it, we're going to look into it, and maybe something that we decide is not cost-effective or is not what we're able to do, but there's a lot of moving parts to that. So it's probably going to take us at least a year to even figure out whether we're going to do it or not. Year 2, 26,
Chief,
20, I'm sorry.
Back to year 1, then really, will it decrease any times?
Yes. It will.
Because are you able to, is the squad immediate, you can purchase it and get it? Or is it wait time as well?
We're proposing to staff an extra engine in year 1 with the truck, because that would take care of EMS response times and fires. It would keep the truck available so we could improve our fire response.
So you can start a squad in year 1?
No, we're proposing an engine in year 1. So it would help with both the EMS calls and the fires. A squad would just help with EMS calls. It wouldn't help our ERF. It wouldn't help our structure fire response times. So we're trying to do the best to tackle both issues.
Okay, got it. But it will help with reducing wherever those are located?
Yes.
Okay.
Because having an additional unit, you could use it to, like if, we have an engine company that's training, we could move engines around to cover it, because that's where we have extended response times too.
Okay.
So on the new engine in year one, how does the 4-year delay, how does
Well,
that?
we have extra
Okay.
engines that we can use until the meantime. Year two, we're proposing 6 firefighters, and that would be to staff the first squad number one. And if we go paramedics, this is when we would implement firefighter paramedics. We're also proposing 1 CSO position for the Fire Prevention Bureau, and this is also part of our succession plan as we have a retirement of a manager, trying to divide the duties. And what we're talking about with CERT, this would be an area that this CSO would work with in our public education program, so we can extend it and make it more robust. Fleet-wise, we would purchase a second squad, and this would replace one of our older Type 3 engines. So instead of getting another, it's like a mid-size engine, for lack of better terms, we would get it, replace it with another squad, and that would be to staff the squad in year 3, and a staff vehicle for a CSO. On the CIP side, we'd start architectural services for Fire Station 7, and also purchase the engine for Station 7, since that is a 4-year build. So trying to coordinate it, and this is an aggressive plan to have it by Station 7 up by 2030, all dependent on how quickly we keep growing in that direction. And also a remodel of Fire Station 3, which is it's been in our 5-year plan for the last several years. Like I mentioned, it is our oldest station, and it's going to need some remodeling. We don't want what happened to Station 2 to happen at Station 3, where we got to just scrape it and rebuild.
Chief, I'm a failure as a council member. Which one's Fire Station 3?
That's the one on North Villa, north of Herndon.
Okay.
Yeah, south of Buchanan.
I've never gotten those numbers. I would say that I don't know anything, but I feel like that's not aggressive enough. You said it was an aggressive plan for a fire station in the north. I think it's not enough. I think you should buy the fire station for Engine 7 right now, because if it takes 4 years, it'll be 2029. And to do architectural services in 26, 27, I worry that that's not going to be fast enough. So I don't have any data. I don't have any idea what I'm talking about, but that doesn't seem aggressive enough. So just we'd have to purchase the land first, though, too, before we started that. What are you doing sitting here?
We're already
buy it right now.
Like I said, we are working on that with PDS, so we've already started that ball rolling probably 3 or 4 months ago.
Yeah,
so.
that's probably, from just one person,
initially,
that seems like a priority.
Like even 2-3 years ago, we weren't even talking about Station 7.
Yeah.
So last year was the first time that we started talking about, we started counting rooftops, we started counting calls, and as soon as we annexed Heritage Grove, we're like, we need to start thinking about it now.
Whatever the projections are, but if it takes 4 years to get a truck, we should order it tomorrow. Okay, not really tomorrow, but I think you said aggressive. I don't think it's aggressive enough, but I have no data except to say we need that right now for those, response times.
We'll take it.
Just my 2 cents. Okay, tomorrow.
And then purchasing more equipment, the actual equipment, monitors and all the paramedic equipment that we would need. 27, 28, hire an additional 6 firefighter paramedics if we go that way, and this would staff our second squad. The first squad in year 2, we're looking at putting that at Station 2 because of just the call density, the call volume there. Again, this could change once we do data, but this is what our first initial thought is. This second squad, we're thinking would go into Station 5 and help out with the Heartland Ranch area. Some more support staff. We're proposing 1 staff analyst for our administration division, and that will also help with the growth of our department on our admin side and our training bureau as well. Restructuring of some non-sworn divisions would happen this year as well. We're looking at, expanding our training center and making like a little modular city. So basically you see trains like Lego blocks and making them into different types of configurations. And that would be at our training center, and, police department uses our buildings as well. We have surrounding departments that come and use it. Our CTE program from Clovis Unified uses it as well. So our training center gets used a lot. And then looking, if everything works right, Fire Station 7 construction would start in 27, 28. And then equipment, we would swap out, our extrication tools, or jaws of life for lack of better terms, to replace our existing ones. 28, 29, year 4, the only thing we have is our portable radio placement. We might actually have to move that up. We just found out some new information on our radio equipment, so we need to keep up with the technology on that side. And then year 5, Station 7 opening, we need 9 firefighters with the promotion of 3 captains, 3 engineers, and then a part-time logistics officer. And that would be just to help us transporting equipment between all the stations, and it keeps all of our units and quarters, and keeps us in an effective response posture. And then a fleet, just a staff vehicle for the logistics officer. So,
Chief, so squads take 6, and then...
Yeah, it would be 2.
Units or stations take 9.
Firefighters. I'm sorry?
To man a fire station is 9 people?
Yes, 9. 3.
And then to man a squad is 6?
Yeah. So 9 per station, because we have 3 shifts, and we do 3 per each shift.
Okay, got it.
And then a squad would be 6 firefighters, 2 per each shift. It's a 2-person unit.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
So in conclusion, all the outlined objectives are from our 5-year plan and are tied to our 27 strategic plan, which is developed with input from citizen stakeholders and adopted by the City Council. It also fulfills the objectives outlined by the citizen responses to the 2024 survey. Oops, I think I missed one.
I do have a quick question.
But I forgot the summary, so. There would be, over the 5 years, 30 sworn positions, 2 new companies in service, 2 squads in service, advanced life support services, a new station, and a new fire station in Heritage Grove, and 3 non-sworn positions.
That's a lot. Chief, back to the call volume and EMS calls. Some years ago, somebody did an analysis, I think you and others, about reasons for the calls. It was so long ago, and it's 10:15, and we all went to a prayer breakfast at God knows what time it was.
I know.
I prayed, though, because I was there, but I prayed that I wouldn't be with you now. Okay, just kidding. Do we analyze the kind of call, like the calls for service? Because I think in those days we found lots of calls to skilled nursing facilities, for example, when folks fall. And then we tried to do work with them. We found calls for domestic violence in a particular apartment complex and tried to intervene. Is that kind of analysis, I'm sure you have that data on your calls. It'd be interesting to know what that is, because there are probably opportunities for other agencies to help in some of that, which at least it was the case. That was probably 15 years ago now, I would bet.
Yeah, we're constantly evaluating the calls that we go on. You mentioned skilled nursing facilities. We evaluate, if they have medical staff on scene, we don't respond to those.
Yeah.
But we will respond to the ones that do not have an RN at least an RN on duty. So we're always looking at what types of calls. Chad's and part of he's our data cruncher, so we're always looking at ways that we can do that. That's part of the reason why we wanted GIS personnel in shop, just to help us where we can really narrow it down. We can tailor make the data to extract what we really want.
When you say skilled nursing without an RN, you mean more like the in-home residence type? I mean, doesn't every skilled nursing facility have an RN?
Well, there's some smaller ones, because there's different types.
Yeah, throughout town, there's multiple sizes of skilled nursing facilities. Some of them could be on the small side. They buy a 6-bedroom house in a residential area.
So those kinds, yeah.
So those typically we see lesser medical training, which increases our call volume.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, because I think that's interesting data, just to see what kind of calls you're getting. Thanks.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so,
I saw the plans for building Fire Station 7. I didn't see what would happen with the eviction notice that we heard about from Chief Fleming for fire headquarters. Does that factor in?
I would support that as long as, Chief Fleming's paying for it, I guess. It's coming out of his house. No. I'm just waiting to come in my office and find him in there, like, moving my stuff out one of these days. No,
But what is the kind of plan or forecast as far as fire goes for new facilities? For headquarters? Yeah.
I know that there were some options with the campus, if we're gonna, with maybe the library or some of the buildings that we're looking at, the courthouse. So it'd be something here on the campus here is what we're looking at. Andy has a better,
Yeah, we're looking at a whole entire campus for all the needs. So we have, the fire has some needs. We also would like to bring back our IT function as well as our personnel function. So that's part of that analysis that's underway.
You know, Chief, what I would like to hear, maybe it was said before, but sort of what will the community lose if we don't do what you say? Because all I keep hearing is just time. So maybe is that it? Because, you know, PD has, you might lose domestic violence response, you might youth programs, you might lose this. But then, is it because you have less discretion? Is it just time is your number one metric? And so if you can help us, so that way we can help the community going, this is why we are moving forward, you know, because time is life.
Yeah.
But
really
what other detriment to the community if you aren't funded?
Yeah, I mean, time is that is our most important metric that we use because, like you said, time matters when a 911 call comes in, that emergency is happening at that time. So whether it's a heart attack, whether it's cardiac arrest, and survey, every minute after the first 5 minutes that someone's in CPR, their chances of survival decrease 10%. So if you're going, if it's a 10-minute response time, you do the math and the chances aren't good. So that's why time is so important for us, that we stress our response times, that we're racing against the clock every time. Yeah.
And another thing I'd like to add in there, we talk so much about the medical aid component. It's also the structural fire component, because our call volume, as you see in the charts, has gone up exponentially over the years. So the further our city boundaries grow, the more people we pack in our city limits, those are the more opportunities for us to provide service, and our units are going to be committed on scene for a much longer period of time. And when that structural fire does break, that's why you're starting to see that effective response force jump up in the last couple of years. As Chief mentioned, we only have one ladder truck on duty at a time. When that truck gets stuck on a medical aid, they can't abandon the patient. It's patient abandonment, and we'll be in Scott across the shop dealing lawsuits if we abandon a patient. So we're having to rely on truck 11 out on Fresno and Barstow to come in. So it's now taking that unit that much longer. And obviously, the longer a fire burns, it grows exponentially as well. So the bigger the delay, the worse the outcome for structural fires are, the worse the outcome for medical aids are as you delay our responses. So that's why the time component is so imperative for our business.
I'd also say the closer the houses are together, I mean, it isn't like people are on 30-acre lots that you can sort of ward off the fires on either side. But I mean, some of the plans we've approved out at Heritage Grove, they'll all catch on fire at the same time. Now, they have sprinklers, but I mean, I just think they're so close together, and I mean, I do think that's a challenge for you all.
And to add to the sprinkler component, the residents have what's called an R13 system, which is designed just to get the occupants out of the building. I've been on numerous structure fires where the trash cans catch on fire, and the sprinklers are only in the living quarters. They're not in the attics or the vents. So we've seen numerous times where fires have gone up the outside of the house, gone into the attic vent, and had a full attic fire, and people are cooking dinner inside, have no idea their house is on fire, because it's an R13 system. So it's designed to get people out safely, but it's not the cure-all for the fire service.
What are you saying the name of it is? What kind
It's called an R13 system.
Oh, R13.
Chad could probably explain a little bit better the definition, but it's basically a residential sprinkler system.
That's interesting.
Compared to a commercial sprinkler system.
But your attic could still be on fire. Great.
Correct.
That's great. I feel good about that.
And I think, you asked earlier about what is the loss?
if it's not fully funded. And talking about, as much as I love my operational peeps, including, CFFA, investing in the prevention world is one of the best strategies we've had, particularly when we look at the FICE program and what CFFA and Captain Bridger does in the schools with our staff. The collaborative relationship we have with Clovis Unified, we're one of the few agencies that does pre- and post-testing of our education. And so we'll pre-test the kids before a firefighter comes in to do the delivery. In post-test, we see a 40% improvement in their fire safety knowledge. Can I do a one-to-one relationship and say because that FICE presentation was done, it prevented a specific fire? I can't prove that, but I can tell you that the curriculum I can tell you the efficacy of the curriculum. And so I think when we look at, as you pointed out too, investing in, administrative and prevention staff along with operations, it's a full service department. And so we don't want to ever see that loss, because I think we not only do it in the schools, we do it with Hotchkiss Terrace, we do it with Roseview Terrace, we go out to the senior living facilities. You had talked about, those interventions there. We get on board with them and try to work with staff to educate them so we can reduce some of that call volume and prevent things from happening. So that's another loss, in addition to obviously the super important response time, because that's what we live by. The investment on the prevention side is a big deal. Not to be a selfish, only prevention kind of guy.
I would think, though, especially like for places like Old Town, the business prevention that you do, you mentioned with the chamber, because I do think on a list of vulnerabilities, I would put places like Old Town. You talked about growth on the edge, but I mean, growth on the edge next to just acres and acres of dried brush. I mean, I just think those are the realities of our world today. So I think we have particular areas like Old Town.
And I can tell you to that very point, Chief mentioned it in his presentation, one of the most valuable resources we have is that collaboration with Greg and his staff at the chamber. The work we do with Old Town and our prevention personnel, the business owners know who we are now. And the streamlining of the software we use to communicate with them, they're able to make corrections and send it to us with our staff and check off the box that, hey, my extinguisher's done, my exit sign has been cleared. So that constant relationship and touch that we've had through Greg's shop has been huge. Old Town events, we used to sit out there for several hours to try and get compliance. Greg and his personnel do a really good job of working with us in advance on those community events, and we rarely have to shut a vendor down and delay them opening for Big Hat Days or rodeo.
And I think what's very valuable for us as a council is to be able to get us the data to sort of the educational programs. I mean, this time measurement, you can't escape. So if 3 years we get the squads and the time's still the same, public's going to be in uproar. We've funded all these things, but something's not working. So that's something that we're going to be able to really measure. But everything else, the more you can show that, hey, these funds have decreased these or have improved these, I think those are very important for the public. So thank you for it. Any other questions? Okay. This time we're going to open the public. Anyone here speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close that. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay. This time, item 8, change of council meeting schedule. City Manager Andrew Hausler is presenting on this.
Yeah, we'd like to add a special meeting to the council calendar for this coming Monday at 6 p.m. to allow the rest of the departments to do similar presentations. That concludes staff report.
Okay. Any questions? And just before we approve that, Scott, we have a closed session. Can we just do a closed session at 5? Are we good with that? So that way, 5, you think it'll take an hour? So we can just come at 5, go to the meeting at 6 on Monday? Because, instead of tonight, or yours tonight quick. It might not be, right? Amy?
I'm sorry, 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, okay.
For the closed session? Yeah.
Okay.
I think we'd prefer to keep it tonight if possible.
All right, just wanted to ask. Okay, any comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll close that. Get a motion.
I'll move for adding this extra meeting.
Okay.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next is city manager comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I just wanted to mention that we have a Meet the Mayor session this coming Thursday at 6 p.m. at Reagan Elementary. And then next week is the Hall of Fame dinner on February 26th. And then one last comment, we are still accepting maps for the districting. There are paper maps people can take out in the lobby as well as online. Those are due on the 21st of February. That concludes my comments.
Okay. City Council comments. Matt?
Yeah, just a couple of quick things. One is I'd like to do a proclamation for the Liberta family. They recently, had sold the Luna's Pizzeria, a year or so ago. I think they're officially leaving that business over to Mark Wall here next month. So I think that business having been established and part of Clovis for so long, I think it would be a nice gesture to have the family come in and provide a proclamation, even though he didn't like anything in Old Town.
I figured we named Big Hat Days after him, but if that would point him out.
One last time.
Do we have a consensus on that?
That's a great idea.
Okay.
So if I could do that like first week of March, first meeting in March.
Can you bring a pizza?
Well, we could probably ask Mark. Bring some stuff. And then other people have brought this up before, and our sound system is horrible. To try and watch a council meeting and listen to it, I tried last week during different parts of it when I couldn't be here, and I know people have complained about it, but it is awful. I mean, the sound cut out every 2 seconds, then it would kick in, and then it would, so I was able to watch the meeting the next day, but during I don't know if it's WebEx or whatever it is, I know that's on the slate to get fixed, but it is awful. So, just my 2 cents on that. So, and then one other comment is I wanted to talk about was, PG&E recently has been in the news for having record profits. And, seeing how much money comes on a bill just for receiving, you have a solar thing and you're getting a $900 charge up for delivery of power and those kind of things. Is there do any of us meet with PG&E or have conversations with them other than the customer rep guy that comes around and, because this is probably the biggest complaint from people right now is their electric bills and PG&E and that kind of thing. Rebecca, she's waiting 6 months to get her solar turned on, and they can't provide that service. But, I just think somewhere along the line, us being able to put some sort of communication with them, having these conversations outside of, the guy who meets us at coffee once every 6 months to, ask us if we have anything, and then I tell him, and then I never hear from him again. So, including tearing up my front yard, so without telling me. But that's a different story. That's all I have.
No.
Drew?
With my peer support, I'd like to see if
Can you turn your mic on? They want to hear you.
With my peer support, I'd like to maybe try to work initially with Public Works to find out who else we can partner with to make a run at CARB on this electric vehicle garbage truck thing. I see this in 5 years where we may have to get out of the business. And, one of the reasons we kept our solid waste division was because they're amazing. They do great work in the community. They're responsive. But if we're going to spend $1 million per vehicle, this is crazy. And I have no illusion that we can make this work, but I think we got to make an effort. And I'm happy to, and I don't want to drag staff into this too far. I'm willing to do a lot of the heavy lifting on this, or at least come up with a plan and come back and we'll discuss the plan. Other than that, I don't have anything else.
Lynn?
Just one request, speaking of redistricting, I think one of the things we've all referenced but we've never really discussed is the mayor rotation going forward. And I feel like we need to set aside some time, not just not a, oh, by the way, kind of a conversation, but I think it's a difficult conversation to have. I don't mean difficult, I mean we just need to think it through a little bit. So I just want to make sure we carve out some time to talk about how that is going to happen, how long they're going to serve, thinking about maybe expectations. The days of the kind of peaceful rotation after people serve for 20 years is probably gone. So what does that look like? Does it, I don't know, I just think there's a lot of scenarios, so I think I'd like to have a conversation if there would be interest to thoughtfully think about what that is. And then I also think there needs to be some discussion on if people don't, I don't know that this would happen, but if people don't live up to the role. I mean, there's some expectations that come with this role. There's like the county just rotates by district. I think we learned a couple weeks ago that the school districts I thought rotated, but they really don't. They have expectations for people, so you don't just give an automatic turn. We didn't have any conversation about it for 20 years because we had the same people. So I would like to be able to set aside some time as a council to talk about that and have a plan when we get to districting, because that is a question that's going to come up. But I'd rather not squish it into a busy agenda item and talk about it for 5 minutes. So if there'd be interest in having that conversation, I think it's important that we set it now. Not that it can't change, but that would be my request from my colleagues up here.
Okay. Can't that just happen at the adoption hearing, or do you want to separate?
I just want to make sure we don't talk about it for 7 minutes. Okay. And I don't want to be here till 11 o'clock talking about it. So I don't know the right time. I just want to make sure we add in, because it's always an afterthought. Oh, yeah, and you'll have to do mayor, and you'll have to do sequencing of districts, and there's just a lot. I just want to get it on the record that we set aside some intentional time to talk about it. That's all.
Okay. I believe that the district will set sequencing, but it doesn't necessarily speak to mayor rotation. That could be done subsequent to that discussion as well.
I just think we have to be clear. I think, just the days of that 20-year people just took turns quietly, I think will never happen again for a whole bunch of reasons, districts mostly. But I just think we need to think about what that right thing is for Clovis. So it's a request that we don't rush through it.
Mayor Pro Tem Pierce?
It was mentioned earlier, but I just wanted to re-emphasize the prayer breakfast, the President Clovis prayer breakfast this morning. Mayor, excellent job, very much appreciated your remarks and that. But I also just wanted to thank staff for showing up and being there too. I think that is just another element that we show our commitment to our community. And so I really noticed how many of our staff was there, and I very much appreciated that. So thank you to all of you who got it maybe extra early. Maybe some of you, that's not as big a deal as it is for some of us, but I'm not used to curling my hair at 5 a.m. So very much appreciated that participation as well. And Drew, just on your comments on the EV mandates and all of that, I think it's very important that we're on top of that and being kind of proactive. I think that, twofold. Number one is just kind of the insanity of it on its face, but then also knowing the difficulty it is on staff, Amy with the transit staff and Scott and all these different departments, without really being able to have certainty that the timelines aren't going to be shifted, the goalposts aren't going to be moved. That is so crazy. I'll try and keep my composure about it. So whatever it is that we can do from our side, from a policy perspective, from a pushback perspective, to address some of those things, I think is really critical, and that kind of dovetails into some of the bills and laws that Chief Fleming was mentioning as well. So I will just say I intend to reach out to our state representatives, to Assemblyman Tongapot and Senator Grove, and just see where things are on those specific bills that he mentioned tonight. And so if there are any other, I'll throw that out there to any department heads, any other bills like that that we should be more informed about that's coming out of Sacramento, and ways that we can partner with our state legislators to work through those, see what the options are, work with other, like-minded cities or counties to try and alleviate some of the burdens that are coming from Sacramento. I just want to make sure that I'm available to do that. I want to do that to help staff and our community as we deal with those things, and so that's kind of where my head is at on those things. And that's all.
Just want to announce that the Youth Commission is meeting tomorrow night at 5 o'clock, so if any of us are available, please go support our Youth Commission. And thank you, Brianna and Chad, for taking care of them. There was, is that the Transit Center? Yes. So, And then there was a request from the American Red Cross for a proclamation because it's Red Cross Month. And so I wanted to ask consensus. I think we did it last year. And so, let me just see. Coming up March? Yeah, coming up in March. Okay. So, Brianna, you can work on that one, consensus here. And then I went to a mayor's meeting on immigration. It was in, I think they sent it to Councilmember Bessinger, and they mentioned it at COG as well. It was Alma Beltran and the Avenal mayor. They sort of hosted it with, what's his name? Nice Farmers League. Manyukuna. And so they were actually very, very reasonable in that most everyone said the media has overplayed its hand in getting this message out where it's been scare on both sides. So the left, meaning they're going to come lock you up, they're going to come raid, and so don't do anything. And then the right side going, get everyone, get all the illegals, which is not helping the community at all. It's only scaring the community. And so Manuel is trying to get a lot of the mayors together to try to just talk about the facts. What can ICE and immigration do if they come, and informing mayors of what is legally allowed so that way people aren't scared. So I thought it was very reasonable. My only comment was I just told them, hey, this seems too much like a Latino thing. It has to be brown and yellow and white too, because there are immigrants from all backgrounds who are afraid if the narrative is everybody's getting arrested. And so they agreed with that, and so they will try to invite others to be at the table, so that way it'll be a broader discussion. We went to Tarpey. Thank you for staff for being there, and we only have one resident, but like I told the staff, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going because they're just not used to us.
First mayor was at
Tarpey? And so they're just not used to us yet, and so I'm going to go home. We're going to be careful what we wish for, but I want it to be full. But that's what we want. We want to be able to hear, and I think that's what I appreciate Andy, Paul, Chad, Brianna, for you guys being there, being ready to answer questions. And so now we'll go to Reagan, and we'll just keep going until it becomes a routine for the community to see at least two of the council members plus our staff, and then we'll start to find out, if we meet again, what do you want us to come share about, or what are the issues so that we can bring back to the staff in a less intimidating environment. Yes.
There was a Mexican bakery that was at Barstow, Clovis, has moved into the old Clovis janitorial. That might not be a bad location for a meeting, because you'll get walking people from the apartments.
Yeah. Okay. And maybe it'll have to be changing location, but we'll figure it out. Maybe it's going to have to be at a church and get those membership, or some, Elks Club and get their membership, whatever it is. But we'll figure it out, and we'll get out there. Chad and I went to a ribbon cutting for Christian Mattress Express, and so welcomed them back into Clovis. And then thank everyone for being at the prayer breakfast, staff, and also our council as well. And with that, that's all I have. And now we'll move into closed session. Thank you, staff, for being with us. Anything to report out, Scott? Do I just need to read it?
We won't be requesting any action, so there won't be nothing to report out, but if you'll open it up for any public comment real quick.
Anyone here to address the council? We're going to have a conference with labor negotiators, and so we have our agency designated representatives. If there's any, seeing none, we'll close that, and we will adjourn into closed session at 10:40.